Don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Mama told me when I was young, come sit beside me, my only son, and listen closely to what I say. And if you do this, it'll help you some sunny day. Oh, take your time, don't live too fast. Troubles will come and they will pass. We'll find a woman, yeah, and you'll find love. And don't forget, son, there is someone up above. And be a simple something you love and understand. Baby, be a simple kind of man. Oh, won't you do this for me, son, if you can? Get your lust, the rich man's gold. All that you need is in your soul. And you can do this if you try. All that I want for you, my soul, is to be satisfied and be a simple kind of man. Oh, but something you love and understand.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
New live show now on a Thursday after, as Brett calls it, a fun night at trivia last night. We'll hear our question a little bit later on. Always love the day after trivia here. A lot to get to, including the changing world of social media. Don't get too excited about Threads, though. No guarantee that 10 million people who jumped on last night will have anything to do in a month on there, because the other fastest growing social media platform in a short amount of hours to get to 10 million followers was Google Plus, which I jumped on really quickly. And remember, I said I was going to be a Google Plus guy from now on.
No, Facebook. I'm done with Facebook.
I'm done with Facebook.
I'm Google Plus.
We were going to be the Google Plus show.
Yeah, that's right. We were going to be the Google Plus show.
You weren't just a guy. You had spoken for the entire show.
Yeah, we're going to be a Google Plus show. That's the
right.
future, guys.
Super
Google
Brown,
Plus.
come on.
That lasted about 3 weeks, I think.
Yeah.
And didn't work out. But everyone was threading last night. Lane Kiffin was the first coach on Threads last night, as you would imagine.
Of course.
Yeah, you're going to be shocked. I really didn't get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You jumped on, though.
I jumped on
Yeah.
because Little T reached out and she said, have you gotten on Threads yet? Rockstar and I were talking. We're like, what in the hell is going on with this text thread? Because, I mean, it was blowing up. Yeah. So then Little T sent me a text and she said, have you gotten on your Threads yet? And I was like, come on.
Come on.
Really. Well, she actually asked on Threads who's going to be the one to explain this to Lance.
No, I bet you guys were begging to raise your hand.
Yeah, I said I'm going to. I said I always act like I need a phone call.
So I got on
Lance,
there.
I'll get with you.
No, I got on and I was going to interact with you guys, and I just didn't understand.
Really? So odd.
It's I don't want to paint Zuckerberg into a corner if court cases are looming over this, but it was a dare I say a lot like Twitter early on, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's got some of the good stuff Twitter has. They got to fix it.
Yeah.
They got to fix it. I don't need all the crap, and I know they say it's just because they're building it, but I don't need to see all the people I don't follow. That's the whole reason I follow people, is that's the people I want to see. I don't need all this other trash in there.
I haven't been on it enough to know that yet. I've been trying to curate, I think is the word I'm looking for.
And they say, I think, I mean, Lunsford can answer this better than anybody, that all that's eventually going to go away. That's just why they're building it. That it will be like, basically, it looks like they're just saying, here's what Twitter got right. We're going to do it in Threads. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, that does seem like somehow that ends up being in a court case, right? I mean, I assume Twitter has some kind of trademark on their algorithms or something. Bring in Lunsford. He's our tech reporter from the tech newsroom. Here's Lunsford. I mean, does Twitter have any kind of trademarking on their?
Well, see, the thing is, this is using all the same tech from Instagram. So Instagram has had which of course was bought by Facebook, which is now Meta. This is all part of the same thing. So that's why, like, you had your username already. So anything Threads has technically is already from Instagram. It just has text instead of pictures, and Twitter doesn't have, the patent on text. So, I mean, it's basically Instagram in text form. But the other thing is too, this also, not to get a whole complicated conversation, is it going to be a decentralized social platform as well, which gets back to like the blockchain and gets back to other things, that are being
Let Lance break that down.
Did you just go into a Marvel movie at that point? You lost me halfway
I'm right
through
there
that.
with RTD4 over in the Vulcan Tire Not of Chat. What in the is Threads?
It's the text version of Instagram.
Well, it's
basically Instagram copying Twitter.
It's Zuckerberg, again, taking a swipe at Elon Musk. And the whole big thing about this that I find interesting, they are still talking about getting into a cage and fighting.
Never will happen.
Dana White says he would do it in Vegas in a heartbeat. Musk clapped back yesterday. Did you see where he wants to do it? At the Coliseum in Rome.
Oh, yeah.
Like the old one in the Coliseum in Rome.
They don't do events in there anymore, do they?
Yeah, but those two have the money to make it happen.
Oh, that's true.
Didn't Elon's mom shut it down? It's even better when your mom shuts it down.
Come on, boys.
He's not fighting.
Come on, boys.
Do you think they'll renovate the Coliseum for that event?
They should. It needs,
Bring in lions
add in
too,
some
right?
skyboxes.
Terrible Wi-Fi.
Lions and tigers.
Yeah, why not?
That would make it interesting.
Oh, hell, I'll watch them.
Only way I'll watch.
Billionaires getting chased by tigers. Now that's entertainment.
Yeah. That's the
Are
other
you
way I
not
watch it.
entertained? Yes, I
No,
am.
you take the hardcore criminals that are on death row in Italy. If Italy's even got a death row, I don't know. And again, we let them fight to the death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
that changed quickly, yes.
Yeah,
From
it
2
did.
billionaires to people
No,
that
but
are
I'm
on
saying
death row.
you got to have an opening act, right?
Yeah, it's true. That's the undercard.
The undercard. The one we'd get on ESPN before they put it behind a paywall.
Yeah, that's fine. That's what I want.
I kind of like
Have somebody jump on a motorcycle again.
I kind of like the idea of them putting up their net worth, and it's a fight till death.
That's our winner take all.
Winner take all.
Loser leaves.
Loser leaves literally Earth.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
so we'll
damn.
get sucked right up. Yeah.
All in.
Yeah.
Would you watch that? Like if they put
Yes.
up their entire net worth, winner takes the whole pot, loser gets killed.
But
I mean, it's a fight
want to
till
see
death.
the piles of cash.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, it's just sitting over in the corner.
No, it'd be equally as fun. I mean, they don't have to die. If it was just you lose every penny to the other guy, every penny.
The loser loses all their
Because
money.
I think it would be death for those
Yeah.
guys. They're used to being billionaires. They'd be lost.
Yeah.
They'd be like the guy in Trading Places.
Mortimer and
Can't remember the other name. Mortimer's the one I always remember.
But who
Yeah.
did Aykroyd play? He was the guy with the silver spoon in his mouth.
Yeah.
He was lost for a while until the
Yeah.
hooker helped him.
yeah, but Mortimer and the other dude got put out because they lost everything in, was it oranges?
Yeah, it was oranges.
Yeah. Bobby asked, worst Wi-Fi, Jordan Hare or Roman Coliseum?
It's got to be Jordan Hare.
Jordan Hare, Bryant Denny, or Roman Coliseum. I don't know. It's a toss-up.
It's just the SEC stadiums. We're trying, though, man. We're trying to catch up.
Well, if they are going to do this, let's not do it on a Saturday in the fall.
It's like a wedding. Don't do it a Saturday in the fall.
If you want to feel better about it, though, I was in the Horseshoe back in May. Now, maybe on a game day, they bring in some of those portable towers. It was awful in the Horseshoe.
I think it's just football stadiums.
Well, I think so. I think you just overwhelm. And Columbus is a big city, too, so it's not like that's just some small town.
I mean, just think about it. Ohio State, it's twice the size of an NFL crowd.
Absolutely. And a massive, massive campus and city, and you still couldn't do anything on the internet.
Yeah. All right,
on your phone.
into some of the sports headlines we'll jump into and tie into Jordan Hare Stadium after LT tells us about our friends at Simpio.
Simpio, one of the first calls we made here on the next round, because Simpio is going to take care of the 4 pillars in every business. That is compliance, that is HR, that is benefits, and that is payroll. Things we knew nothing about. But Simpio, they are a turnkey operation. Call Blake and the guys for more information, 205-635-7467. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year. No annual contract. With that being said, they have a 99% retention rate. Again, call Blake and the guys, 205-635-7467 or Simpio.com.
Later in the show, Connor O'Gara with a really interesting story from Saturday Down South. We'll talk about that. Either in the 11 or 12 o'clock hour. But let's start off with what Auburn announced yesterday. They sort of hinted it was coming, and they finished the deal last night. Season tickets sold out at 63,500. That does not include their massive student section there. So these are the public season tickets now sold out. They'll add the students. There'll be some single game tickets eventually for sale for you if you don't have a ticket right now. But a sellout. It passes the record of 62,900 set back in 2014.
Year after playing for the national championship. Should this be a high bar? To me, this is not a high bar. You got a new coach coming in?
Well, I mean, but for most in school, first time in school history or most in school history, whatever is a high bar. I mean, Auburn's had some really good teams. As we said last week when this was a story, at first, I'm guessing in the 80s they just sold fewer season tickets.
The allotment that visitors getting have changed even since 2014, which is why there's a tad more season ticket sales. But I assume that student body continues to grow as well, that student section.
My thing is it's a great fan base, and you've got the two premier programs, your 2 biggest rivals at home this year.
Coming to town.
Yeah, in Georgia and Alabama. And again, I said this last week or a couple of weeks ago, you could sell one of those 10s. If you have a 4-pack of season tickets, you probably could sell 4 to Georgia or Alabama and pay for your entire package.
Yeah, probably so. I mean, do you think, what was the excitement level if 100 is, basically Nick Saban getting hired at Alabama? Would you give that 100? On a scale of 1 to 100, the excitement level of a fan base.
Yes.
The day Nick Saban was hired, do you give that 100?
What did that girl say when he was getting off the plane?
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Nick Saban. Or was it thank you, Nick Saban? Thank you, Jesus? I can't remember.
Alpha and Omega, it doesn't matter.
Then she kissed him, right?
Yeah.
So if that was 100, and I'm trying to think of other examples where, a hiring was 100, maybe Urban Meyer to Ohio State, he was a proven commodity. If that was 100, where do you think the Hugh Freeze hire was among Auburn fans?
It was probably, I would say it started off at 80 and has been rising ever since.
Yeah, I would say it started off about 75 because you still did have, the side that was like, I just don't appreciate what he did, how he embarrassed Ole Miss. And then I think it has grown. It's probably around 90%.
What has caused it to grow, you think? Him talking a little bit?
Once you get behind your guy. Yeah, I mean, you guys.
Yeah, once you realize this is my guy, so I either get behind him or I'm miserable.
And Auburn fans can admit this or they don't have to admit it. We were doing the show together when Gus Malzahn got hired, and it was about a 50% approval then.
Yeah, because what a lot of people forget is Auburn fans were at least acting like they were happy to see Gus go. Like the offense had become stale. We need some fresh ideas in there. I'm excited Gus is gone. While Gus got credit for the national championship more so than even Gene Chizik, I think Auburn fans, by the time it had played out, that offense had gotten stale. They were right. And then Gus comes back in, and that year one just completely changes his image with Auburn fans, revives that fan base, and then it was really from that point almost a steady decline for Gus. Yeah, maybe 2017 he got it back a little bit, and he won the 2019 Iron Bowl, and that's always going to cause it to peak. But I think if you zoom all the way out, if he reached 100 in 2013, it started to, just was a steady downfall from that point on for Gus.
But isn't that the way most things are with
most of the time,
presidencies and things like that?
Absolutely, yeah.
Threads.
Yeah.
I mean, it's everything. It's going to be.
Yeah, which is interesting because I don't even know where I would put the excitement level on the Gus hiring. I think it might have been less than Hugh Freeze.
No, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
I think it was about 50%.
Yeah, maybe 50%. I don't know. I don't know what the number would be. So you guys would say Freeze was 75 or 80.
Yeah.
And I guess at some point you're just like, and this is the way it was with Gus. Like, all right, well, he's our guy, so we're either going to get behind him or I'm just going to be a miserable fan until he gets fired or until I can finally find a way to get behind him.
Well, I think if you're an Auburn fan, you'd come off missing a couple of meals. You were a little hungry after the last 2 years of the Harsin years. So I think Hugh Freeze gave you a little excitement. So I do think you were fired up a little bit. That steak was going to taste good no matter what at that point.
I still don't get the Harsin hire.
It does. It's a.
That was people overthinking. Let's go against the grain. Let's do something that is different than we've ever done. And you did.
Yeah.
You did.
It's the Franchione hire without success.
What little success Franchione had, you're right. I mean, at least Franchione had a 10-win season. He beat Auburn once, right?
Yeah.
Harsin almost beat Alabama. That was really what he could hang his hat on.
That is it. Yeah, his highlight was
he almost beat Alabama. Yeah. He lost it overtime.
Do you guys think Harsin will ever coach again?
I do. I do. I don't know if it'll never be at a job like Auburn again.
Yeah. I mean, he's young. He just seems like
he got a lot of money, though. That's a good point.
He's got plenty of money. Yeah. And did you not see him at Disney?
I saw him at Epcot in Christmas, right after he had gotten fired.
That's one place you can lose all your money.
You can, but he was losing all Auburn's money at that point. Yeah. He did not. He looked like a man that did not have a care in the world. I mean, we talked for maybe 5 minutes, and then I ran into him. You know how you run into people, like you see them the first time, and then inevitably you run into them even in a park as crowded as Epcot. I saw him like 2 or 3 times. Didn't seem like he didn't have a care in the world at that point. Yeah. And I even commented to my wife, I'd like to be doing this trip on Auburn's money too.
I mean, that would be one particular time though, Auburn had a lot of guys on the Bobby Bonilla plan, right?
They did at one point, and that's been ever since.
A lot of schools have.
I think the first was Wayne Hall. It was sort of the longest one that I remember, and then that continued at different times. But yeah, I mean, you could go back to Alabama paid Mike Shula for a few years.
Yeah.
I mean, Tennessee right now's got a lot out there. Florida.
Yeah.
Bobby said he got kicked off the bunker for the first time for saying that the Auburn job was too big for Gus Malzahn when he was hired.
Well, that was tough in 2013, but after that, you were in the running, Bobby. After that, you could have clapped back a lot if they'd let you back on.
Would you have said, looking back on it, the Auburn job was too big for Gus?
I said it was a boring, stale hire.
Yeah, but would you say the job was too big for him?
But again, 2013 looked fantastic.
He did win an SEC.
If you were standing at the gate saying, boo, you didn't look good for 1 year. But after that, there were a lot of people like, You know, that crazy guy on the bunker we kicked off, actually, was probably right.
No, but I'll tell you, although he was 8-5 basically every year except that first year, I didn't think he did a terrible job. I just thought it was the same thing.
Yeah,
I mean, like you're never going to get over the hump.
Yeah,
you're never going to win a championship with this guy.
Bo Pelini.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Lance. I don't know that I would say the Auburn job was too big for Gus. I mean, he did win an SEC championship and played for another one. He did, have a decent Iron Bowl record. It wasn't like, and probably the toughest time to ever be competitive in that rivalry, he was competitive in that rivalry.
Yeah, I agree. Auburn sells out the season tickets.
Yeah.
That's got us into that conversation there, Lance.
Well, this is interesting. Like Pritch Law says, Anthony Grant was my least favorite Bama coach in any sport. I think it would be interesting to hear from Bama fans and Auburn fans who the least favorite coach was. I think for Auburn fans, it might be Brian Harsin.
All right, get that going on the thread over there in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Do I have to pay every time I say thread today? Is that something Zuckerberg's going to hit me up for? Does he get a little ding, a little dollar in his pocket every time we say thread? We were already saying that was our thread over there, right?
Yeah, that's right. Let's establish it. We've been doing that for a long time.
We've been doing that for a long time. Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room over there. Get that thread going on your least favorite coach of your team all time. You get that rolling in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. When you get rolling this summer on vacation, 4 great locations in town. Check it out, bumper to bumper, not just new tires for your car or truck while you're out there. And let me tell you about Wayne's as well before we get to one more thing I want to get in this opening segment here. Our friends at Wayne's celebrating 50 years of doing great business here. They want to say thank you to their customers. This deal's for new customers and existing customers already, where you can save $50, $100, $150, stacking up their plans by using our promo code TNR. TNR stands for the next round. Use that promo code at checkout when you go to callwaynes.com or when you phone them at 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. The promo code's TNR. That is for $50 off. Pest control, termite protection, lawn care service, mosquito service. Stack them up, save $100, $150. Pest control is what it started with, the best in the business. Then termite protection, best in the business. Then they said, what else can we do? How about lawn care service? Best in the business. I used to use a different green service. One time I watched them outside my yard. Guy never got out of the truck. He just sat there for a while, returned a couple of threads on his phone, then stuck a stake in my yard and drove off, and I was done with them. Then I switched to Wayne's there. Loved it ever since. Lawn care service, terrific. And then one of my favorite things this time of year, the mosquito services. I wish it was mandated in America that everybody had the Wayne's mosquito service, because then you could walk to your neighborhood and never get bit by a mosquito. But I guess they do some good out there, so we need a few mosquitoes. But not in your yard, not during the spring and summer. That's why you use mosquito services from Wayne's. TNR, the promo code. Call Waynes.com, 866-WAYNES-1. One other thing I want to get to here, Phil Steele's magazine is out. He's got his top 25 out of interest. He's got Georgia number 1, not surprising to anybody, right? We'll see who you guys voted on when we get to the end of our 40 and 40, but he's got Georgia at number 1. His number 2 team may surprise you. Take a pick. Take a guess.
Oh, it may surprise.
It's the first time I've seen this team at number 2, I'll say.
I'm going to say USC.
It is not USC. That's a good guess, though. He has USC at number 7.
First time you've seen this team at number 2.
This year. I've seen him at number 2 in my lifetime.
Well, I'm sure.
I got another guess.
Clemson?
Clemson is the answer.
I was going to say Clemson.
It is Clemson. Number 2 from Phil Steele.
He's buying Garrett Riley. I mean, and it's not the craziest thing out there, obviously.
I'm not going to be surprised if Will Shipley wins a Heisman Trophy.
Wow. Look at that.
Wow.
Yeah. Look at that.
Wow. That could be Taylor's first hot take to post on Threads from the show right there. I will not be surprised if Will Shipley wins the Heisman.
I just think Garrett Riley is one of these guys that can draw up a play, there's no doubt. And when you've got a guy that is like Will Shipley, that kid can do absolutely everything. It depends on how good Klubnik's going to be.
And, the back end of their schedule is what's really interesting for them. Now, they play Florida State early, week 4. They host that game at Death Valley there. But the backside of that schedule, the last 5 games, they're at NC State to end October. That's a tough road trip for them. I know you've scoffed at NC State Stadium. You can't see trees from inside.
I just don't think they're going to be that good of a team this year.
Yeah, so they're at NC State. They host Notre Dame.
Stadiums don't win games. People win games.
Okay. They're hosting Notre Dame. They're hosting Georgia Tech, which they should win. They're hosting North Carolina, which, if North Carolina, y'all thought yesterday maybe a 9-win team. That's a tough game. And then they're at South Carolina, who beat them last year in Clemson. So, I mean, it's not the easiest landing in the world for them.
Yeah, I will tell you, when we used to look at Clemson's schedule, it was much like now Georgia's schedule.
Yeah, you kind of scoffed at it.
They're going to be favored by double digits over everyone. But now that Florida State has gotten good again, Miami, look, I'm not buying Cristobal, but they've got to be really improved in year two.
I got a feeling, Lance, and it's just a gut feeling of mine, okay, that Clemson might be the story of week one. And here's why. Because they're going to play Duke on the road at Wallace Wade. And I don't think Duke's going to be awful.
Labor Day night, right?
Labor Day night. So it's going to be for everybody to see.
Is that for sure Wallace Wade Stadium?
It is for sure Wallace Wade Stadium.
Okay.
100% Wallace Wade Stadium. Labor Day night, Wallace Wade Stadium.
Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be more Clemson fans there than Duke fans. And I bet you Garrett Riley looks like an absolute genius in that game. And Klubnik plays his tail off. I think they might be the story coming out of week one.
Or
keep in mind, there's not.
I will take right now. I will take Elko better defensively than Riley is offensively.
Yeah, but
I would tell you
who's riding better horses.
The headline more likely is Elko near miss with Duke. What is Garrett Riley without Max Duggan? Right? Because that Duggan kid made Riley look fantastic a lot of times.
I still think Klubnik's going to be good. Now, I said that about DJ and completely wrong. But I think Klubnik's going to be good. What is the opening number for that?
12 is where I've seen it.
I was going to say 14.
Yeah, Duke 12. And again, one of the reasons I think Clemson could be the story.
I think I would take Duke plus 12.
Would you now? Mm-hmm. One reason I think
Duke
Clemson
upsets great value Riley, not Lincoln, Garrett.
That's quite the headline. Dunaway's already doing his Friday headlines.
Got to do that.
Yeah.
Hey, honestly, I don't think Clemson could recover if they lost that game.
Oh no, it would be a bad
Shut
year
down football.
No,
but I do think
I'm talking about for their season.
No, I'm with Lance.
Dig up the hill. We don't even need the hill anymore.
No, I mean
anybody need a rock?
That fan base would be leveled.
No, that would be a tough one. That's like when Vandy or Kentucky has one of their best teams and you lose to them, you're like, we still shouldn't be losing to them. I know it's their best team, but there's no way we should ever lose to them.
No, but I'm just saying, I don't think they could pull out of this. Like,
I agree.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way to win a national championship.
I think you'd be looking at a 9 or 10 win season still, but the national championship I think will be over.
Wow, that's a lot there. Shipley could win the Heisman. Clemson wouldn't recover from a Duke loss. Poll question right there. Does Duke fans rush to the field if they upset Clemson?
I mean, how many are there?
Yeah. I mean, that's the problem. Do they have enough to take a goalpost down?
I would bet you.
I mean, what is the number of people it typically takes to take a goalpost down? 3?
Oh, no.
Oh, I think you got to have at least 10.
Yeah.
I mean, if you get the big one up there, a guy that's a little athletic, but he's about 270, 280.
I mean, when do all the kids come back to New Jersey to start classes at Duke? Do you know? Your wife goes there.
To New Jersey.
I said, when do all the kids come back from New Jersey to start class at Duke?
New Jersey.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you saying they're partying on the Jersey Shore?
No, I'm saying Duke is basically a bunch of Jersey kids.
Is it really?
Oh, yeah. That's always been the traditional dig on Duke is, I go to Duke. Really, what exit you grow up?
Oh, I thought it was international.
I think it's a lot of Jersey kids come to Duke.
I didn't know that.
Check me on that.
I never had heard that.
I thought it was Umba.
Yeah. Huh.
It's not, North Carolina's a bunch of North Carolina kids, and Duke's a bunch of
that explains Maggie's new love for deli meat sandwiches. We've been having that around the house.
Where's the salami?
Yeah. I don't know when they come back. I'll check with the wife.
Well, I'm just saying if school's not in session.
Summer school's in session. Her and a bunch of the athletes.
Please, that's a bunch of nerds.
Yeah. All right, that's the opening. Duke or Clemson, not our team today. We'll get to team number 19 coming up a little bit later this hour. But part of the show being brought to you by Tough Dog Garage. Tough Dog Garage. Go follow us on Twitter and Instagram, also on Twitch and Facebook and YouTube. Remember, give us a thumbs up and like, and of course,
Threads.
Go follow us on Threads. Listen, don't let us be the show that doesn't have 100 followers on Threads. We got 100 at least last night, didn't we?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Listen, Tough Dog, I'm going to send out a video today or tomorrow from my basement just so you can see it. Well, I'll put that up on Threads, Dunaway. I want you to see what Tough Dog did in my basement. They basically changed my basement, my garage. Now, it's good for pool surrounds, basements, garage floors. It was my garage floor they did. It's this coating, and you've probably seen it in some industrial areas. And you're like, well, I'd like to have that in my home. Can't? Oh, absolutely you can. They come out. They check out the foundation, make sure you don't have any foundational issues, any moisture issues. If you pass those tests, they're good to go. You pick out the colors of the flake and the floor covering. They come and they put it in, and what it results in is a garage that looks absolutely terrific. It is so much more functional. It's so much easier to clean. It exceeds OSHA ratings for anti-slip. It's backed by a 15-year warranty. It even smells better. My garage smells better because of this. And by the way, one side benefit, it forced my wife and I to clean out a bunch of stuff we had just started storing in our garage and kind of forgot about. So our garage is cleaner and better looking than it's ever been. You need to have out Jerry. These are local guys, man. This is a Birmingham company. This is not some fly-by-night national company coming in to steal your money. This is a Birmingham company. They stand by their work. Jared and the guys at Tough Dog, you need to have them out to look at your garage, your basement, your pool surround. Here is the number, 205-947-3639. That's 205-947-3639. Or you can visit them online, toughdogggaragefloors.com. That is TUFF, toughdogggaragefloors.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
The extra hours of sunshine are back on the clock, and that means it's time for golf at Timberline, a short drive from Birmingham or Montgomery. Go to timberlinegc.com, timberlinegc.com to book your tee times, schedule a lesson, or just drop by and use the TrackMan technology on the driving range. The course is always fun, in great shape, and you can even become a member. Get all the details at timberlinegc.com. It's time to get your golf on with our friends at Timberline.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store. For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
So, Samuel with a good T-shirt idea. Don't thread on me. I like that.
We're gonna have the snake on there.
Yeah. Don't thread on me.
The old flag.
You think we get shut down by the Zuckerbergers if that happens? Heads up, threads up, says Patrick there.
Well, this thing better work if we're going to do T-shirts.
Yeah.
Do you have confidence in threads, Rockstar?
I have no idea what it is, but we give good thread.
We give good thread. That's got to be it. That's got to be it.
That's it.
That's got to be it right there.
Oh, Rockstar.
Yeah, okay. By the end of the show, let's see what that looks like in the store.
That's
Yeah,
incredible.
please, I'd love to see the mock-up of that.
We give good thread.
Just a guy eating the word.
At Next Round Live right there. We give good thread. Go get that. Make that happen.
Yeah, is it gonna be hard for me to learn how to thread?
Do you know how to? You know how to use Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay, then you're in.
Okay.
It literally is Instagram's version of Twitter. It's all it is.
It almost is the same.
I mean,
it's same.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's identical to doing.
So I'm trying to think of a comparison. I mean, it's like It's the Beverly Hills Polo Club to polo, like Beverly Hills Polo Club shirt, right? Really, I mean, the only thing you've seen what I'm talking about, right? That brand of shirt, the Beverly Hills Polo Club.
I think I've heard of it. I know obviously what the Ralph Lauren is.
Yeah,
the,
Rockstar, pull up the logo, Beverly Hills Polo Club. You know what I'm talking about, right? Dunaway, the clothing line.
Not that I would know this, but MySpace, Facebook.
I don't remember what MySpace was like. It's been so long.
But just think posting on Instagram, but you're just posting on Threads because that's basically the way it works, basically. You just look for that little icon, you hit it, and you write it, just like Twitter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Beverly Hills Polo Club, I'm assuming, there you go, I'm assuming their goal was we're going to be close enough to Polo and their logo that everybody's like, all right, I'll just buy this, right, at a cheaper price. You know, roughly the same golf shirts, just got a little different logo on there, and it says Beverly Hills, so it looks high-end.
So I used to have a lot of polos when I was a kid. That was like kind of an in thing back in the day.
It was, yeah.
How many people that wear polos have ever played polo? Less than
zero. I would say zero.
Would you say zero?
Yeah, I would say zero. I would say people that actually play polo
don't wear a polo shirt.
Don't wear polo shirts, right?
That's right.
What if I wear the cologne?
Oh, I used to love the cologne.
Yeah.
I mean, let's don't make fun of the polo.
What color was the bottle?
Was it green?
It was green?
Yeah.
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 So I'm saying Beverly Hills Polo Club, just a notch below polo.
Okay.
Did you ever wear polo, Brown?
I was a Drakkar Noir guy.
Yeah.
I might have worn polo at one point.
That was the only the only cologne I ever wore was polo.
Yeah,
just for a couple of years.
Little dab behind each ear is all I'd go with.
I think I did Drakkar, and that might have been the only one I ever wore. Drakkar was big in the early 90s.
You don't wear Axe right now?
I do not wear Axe body spray. No. I haven't worn cologne in forever. Do you guys still dab on cologne?
I do not. I do
not
not
at all.
I don't own any.
Like I see this guy that
is a poll question. Do you still wear cologne? I like that, Patrick.
Patrick, thank you. Make it a Bud Light poll question. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Taylor Corn will send that out on all the platforms. Maybe even Threads. I don't even know if you can do polls on Threads, but if you can, we will.
No.
I've got
teenage cologne.
We'll be the first.
I got teenage boys in the house, and they wear it. And boy,
they wear Axe body spray though, probably, right?
No, I think Jack's got like Dolce and Gabbana or something. I saw it on his vanity the other day.
Can't hide money.
Can't hide it.
Yeah.
I don't know what Jace has got, but they both wear it, and I will tell you,
You can
they
smell
walk
it.
through. Yeah, and you guys, you get on the elevator.
Yeah.
And we used to have a coworker that, my God,
Andy,
he put it
Obsession for
on.
Men. Did you ever do Obsession for Men?
I know. The only thing I ever did was polo.
I will tell you, back when you were dating in the 90s, though, there were certain smells that the girls would have on that it was like a trigger. It was a trigger, man. I think Obsession for Women was it.
Well, done away.
It was a trigger, yeah.
Well, you couldn't control yourself after
I just
that?
wear the one that Johnny Depp's playing the guitar in the desert with a wolf.
If
That
you
sold you.
That's what I wear.
He's digging a hole.
if you remember my
Hope he puts himself in it.
if you remember anything from my stand-up act at the Stardome, the sound, bing, that was the trigger.
Yeah.
Bing.
I really don't remember.
Did you
remember
ever
any of
buy perfume for a girl though?
I have, yes.
I think I did, yeah. I think I did.
I think I bought my mom's perfume for her Christmas gift one time when I was a kid.
Sadly, I think
Went in her bathroom, saw the bottle she had, and just went and bought one.
Sadly, I think 5th grade, I bought Rebel Fox some really cheap perfume and
Eau de Toilette.
And from,
Stalker by
from
Dunaway.
Stalker.
Was there a cheap store in
Rebel
rural Alabama called
Fox.
Elmore's?
You've never heard him talk about Rebel Fox?
Oh, no, but I'm just saying Rebel Fox wore perfume.
I don't think she did. I mean, she was from a good neighborhood. I was not. I thought I was doing the right thing in 5th grade. Was there a place called Elmore's back in the day?
Couldn't tell you, Jimmy.
Will you Google, see if Elmore's was a place? And I think that's where I bought late Valentine's gift for Rebel Fox. And I'm sure she got home and threw it right into the trash can.
She probably splashed herself with Mountain Dew.
Jason says his first girlfriend wore Tommy Girl.
Oh, Tommy Hilfiger Girl cologne, huh?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Blue Bottle Polos says Pritch is what he had.
Might have been top shelf. I don't know.
The Michael Jordan cologne. Yes, Five and Dime and Elmore's were places. Elmore's.
Is it like Five Below now?
Probably.
Oh, probably so.
Dude, Five Below is nothing but junk.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, literally everything in there is $5.
No, I
less.
get it.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know how you can put that much shit in one place.
Yeah, I mean, you get what's it called, Dollar General now?
Yeah.
It pops up every now and then.
Yeah, but that's not all $1.
Yeah, Dollar Tree's all $1, I think.
Yeah. And everything at Five Below is $5 and below.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're going to get what you pay for.
Yeah,
at that
I know.
point, right?
No doubt.
It's good for phone case covers, I'll tell you that.
I wish my steak was $5 below from last night. Show being brought to you by our friends at Harbin's Outdoors. Harbin's Outdoors. Tell us about that.
Hey, are you not going to tell us the story on last night's meal?
I will. I mean, if everybody wants it.
Horrible.
That was
There were 3 in the text.
Yeah, I will tell you that's the worst text I've ever seen from you, as far as like spelling, grammar.
It was voice to text. Could you
Okay.
tell?
Well, I thought you might just be piss hammered on wine. I really didn't know.
Didn't have any food to soak it up.
Because it was a farewell dinner, right?
Tell us about Harbin's. I will not tell you the place, but I will never set foot in there again.
You really won't.
It will take.
If Dan Patrick comes to town and says, I'd like to go to dinner there with you, you'd be there in a heartbeat.
I would not. Not for not anymore. I haven't listened to Dan Patrick since we started this platform.
Dunaway, your FOMO would kill you not going to dinner with Dan Patrick.
I would not go with Dan Patrick.
Yes, you
I would go with Herb Street.
All right, tell them about Harbin.
Harbin's Outdoors, award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, hardscaping. Jeremy and his team, one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting, final hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbin's, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Kevin says they're lying to us. It's no longer $5 below. A lot is over $5 now.
Well, that's inflation. 10 below.
Can't trust anybody anymore. Just for time purposes only, so I can get to the story, I need to go to Way to Wellness here, too. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. If you'd like to jumpstart weight loss, I would suggest going to dinner with me last night. I skipped dinner because the steak was that bad. I lost 1.5 pounds last night, Rockstar, because I didn't eat dinner. It's not part of the plan. They want you to eat your meals, including dinner. Use the protein bars. Every plan's different. If you've got blood pressure problems, cholesterol problems, maybe you can change that with your diet. Planforme.com. Planforme.com is the website. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and the first consultation is free. Check out Leslie and her board-certified team. You will not regret that. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. So a friend of mine, now we're in the uncomfortable part. I assume his bosses know, so I'm going to go ahead and say it.
Well, is it tomorrow? Today is
Well,
last day?
I wouldn't give his name just in case.
Well, I mean, if his bosses
Chris,
don't know.
My buddy Chris is leaving a job. And Chris replaced me at an old job.
Oh, yeah, they'll never piece this together.
They'll never piece this together.
Yeah, keep going, Jim.
So,
Fowler?
and truthfully, I never really knew Chris liked me, but he wanted to, hey, let's see each other one more time before I leave town.
And y'all played a lot of golf together, too, right?
We
I played
did
with
back
you
during
one
the
time.
pandemic. So
yeah,
we
I'm
did.
not going to use his name.
But you were unsure whether or not he liked you.
Well, I mean, imagine if, let's say you were a new sportscaster in town, not that this is a real story, and Chris may have changed his name to protect the innocent. But let's say I had been a longtime sportscaster, and let's say somebody moved me over to news anchor, and then you're the new sportscaster in town from Arkansas, right? Is there a chance along the way during football season I would have said, hey, Chris, you should probably do it like this.
100%.
Is there a chance I would have done that?
Of course you would have.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you could see early on where he probably hated my guts.
yeah.
Probably
right?
so. Yeah, I think most people
I
would.
get it now. Yeah.
But then we rallied back, and now we're good enough friends to where we have one last dinner. So I took him to a place where I have paid off a lot of steak bets over the years.
Mm-hmm.
And we get there, and I order my steak medium rare. Everything else, service, everything was fantastic. But the steak came out, and it was not medium rare. It was virtually raw. I mean, it was boom. It was rare.
So they basically ran a flashlight over and brought it out
and
to
I
you.
could have eaten it. I could have eaten it. I mean, I've eaten steaks that rare before, but I just wasn't feeling it in my stomach. You know what I mean? I wanted it a little bit more cooked. So I was just like, can you just send it back just for a little bit? Just a little bit. 15 minutes pass. And I was like, can you just check on my steak? If it's been on the grill for 15 minutes, we got a problem.
You told me you got up and walked to the bar.
I did. I got up and walked to the bar.
Yeah, that's an aggressive move. Yeah.
Well, it's 15 minutes.
I
Brown.
got you.
And the person we're having dinner with, he's finished his steak.
You
now.
told him, you go ahead. Mine will be back.
Well, yeah, I didn't want his to get
No,
cold.
it's a
so
good move by you.
he has finished his steak and eaten virtually into my half of the Brussels sprouts too. I was like, slow on the Brussels sprouts. I'd like a little.
Save some for me.
Yeah, slow it down a little bit. So when the manager brings my steak back, and she cut into it, make sure we got it right this time. I cut into it. There's no peak now. It's cooked all the way through.
It's a hockey puck at this point.
And she's like, "Ooh, that's overdone.
Yeah.
Let me start another one." Well, no, he's done with his steak now. We're good. We're good. So I'm not going to eat this, but
you could have got it to go.
I could have, in hindsight. I thought about that on the way home when I was hungry. I was like,
when you rolled through a drive-through.
Yeah. I don't ask to take things off the check. I'm just not that person.
Well, that's what I can't believe they didn't. They
I can't
charged
believe it
you.
wasn't dumped.
That blows me away.
Well,
That's what I thought.
It's run differently than it used to be.
Yeah. So they didn't take it off.
In fact, at that moment, I expect the manager on site to come out, not only apologize, say, I'm taking care of the entire table here.
Yeah. Well, and I probably
right? I mean, if you're the manager, don't you do that?
Yeah.
I probably would have balked at that and said, no, he enjoyed his.
No,
you can tell because he ate all my Brussels sprouts
I appreciate
too.
that, but
They have a number of comps per night they can do.
Yeah.
Well,
they should have used one there.
It did not get taken off.
Was the place busy?
No.
That explains why.
You don't need reservations anymore.
Yep.
I mean, I used to have to know Lance. I used to have to know Lance to get in there.
I know.
I mean, it was tough back in the day.
Yeah, you don't need that anymore. You don't need that anymore, sadly.
Yeah, manager messed up right there.
But I don't think I'll ever go again because, to be honest, we've got a better steak place in town now. Our friends at Oak House, where I recommended, and Chris didn't want to drive. The person we'll call Chris didn't want to drive that far out.
That's right. Not Chris Stewart. Everybody's asking in the chat. No, not Chris Stewart.
So he drove. Didn't want to drive that far out. That's where I would have gone in a heartbeat. And I've never had a bad meal with our friends at Oak House. But
nope. Live and learn.
Yeah.
You say you'll never go back.
I will never go back.
I think that's a bold statement right now. I think you will go back.
What's even a bolder statement is that you wouldn't go with Dan Patrick. You are lying through your teeth on that.
Well, I mean, why I will not go back is because you guys will agree their stakes have become a coin flip on whether or not it's worth the price.
Well, I quit
admission.
going a long time ago.
Yeah, but I still think 3 out of 4 are good. That's still a roll of the dice. I mean, for the price point.
But my point has always been, where you control your own steak?
At the house.
Yep.
At the house.
That's what I've always said. I can grill it better than they can.
No, pick up New York Butcher Shop.
100%.
And I'm telling you, the iron skillet, 3 minutes each side, 9 minutes broil, $4.50.
Well, let's don't get into the grill wars here between you two. But starting with a good piece of meat.
Yeah.
At New York Butcher Shop's a great place to go.
I do not like the broiling. That's where he and I diverge.
Yeah.
Broiling is not the best way to do it.
I think the place that I was eating last night, I think they're broilers, aren't they?
Oh, they broil. Yeah.
I would love to do a steak competition with you.
Okay. You let me know.
But honest to goodness, and you guys can agree or not agree, I think the chef was pissed off that I sent it back.
Oh, I think 100%. Yeah.
So
it's an insult to that person.
I think he sent me a lesson.
Yeah. Well, again, what is it? Act your wage.
Yeah, act your wage, and I think he did. He acted his wage. He didn't care. He doesn't care. I'm not coming back.
Yeah, how can you be upset though if you got it wrong on the grill?
I think he says you ordered it medium rare, and to me this is medium rare.
When's the last time you guys have been to a steak place where they have the the color code
Oh,
put
God.
in for
I mean, that was
medium
like
rare.
Quincy's and
rare.
Western Sizzling back in the day. Yeah.
And by the way, I'm not a steak connoisseur. When the guy comes to the table, he was setting mine down in front of Brees, and I was like, no. He wants his medium.
We're full name now.
You
You'll
got
give us Social Security number
crap.
too.
Crap, I'm the worst at this.
Yeah, you really are.
It's going
You
all
got
over threads today. You're threading the needle right
And
now.
I said, no, that's got to be mine because this one looks burned. That's got to be the medium one.
I heard that
Little
one.
did I know, I would see burned a little bit later on.
I heard that one move. I believe that's me.
All right. But as I told, Brees and I joked about this. He wanted to call in, but I'm not going to call him. I said, no, I'll 100% mention it on the air. I wouldn't have paid comped it. But he's like, God, it seems like you occasionally get some bad restaurant experiences.
Occasionally.
And I said, no, that's why I'm going to bring it up on the show because there will be nobody surprised of all of our viewers that I had a bad restaurant experience.
And really, it was just your steak, though, right? Yeah. I mean, that's a big part of it.
I mean, it was everything else was great. The wine was great. I love the A to Z. It's a nice little
Company was good.
wine.
Yeah, company was good.
Company
Good
was
sides.
fantastic.
Yeah.
His old fashioned was good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it drank good. The Brussels were fantastic. I would assume. I mean, Brees loved them.
Was that the only side y'all went with?
That was the only side because I had a full wedge that I couldn't eat because they covered it in dressing.
Okay,
it
here we
looked
go.
like they spilled the dressing bottle.
Floodgates are open.
I need to open a restaurant.
Oh, God.
And they don't valet there anymore. I guess because they don't have a crowd.
Oh, they hadn't valeted, and it's been 2 years.
Yeah, craziness. It was my last trip there. It was the end of an era. I cannot tell you how many steaks. Well, I can actually.
Yeah.
How many steaks I paid off there? Hold on. I think we've never paid off one.
We've paid some off at Oak House.
Yeah, we've paid some off at Oak
Yeah.
House. I'd say over the years I've paid off about 29 meals there.
Did you, in the parking lot, did you give one good long look back and like, that's it? Last time ever. Did you bow? Did you bow like you're in an Asian culture? You bowed to him to show the respect?
I took a picture.
Of course you did.
To remind myself that I will never go back.
Yeah,
I will never go back.
God bless you.
I'm just waiting until I get a text here in a little bit.
All right, quick break here. When we come back, we will unveil our team today in the 40 and 40 countdown. The show brought to you today in part by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. Have you done a little New York Butcher Shop lately?
Yeah, I did it last week. I did it last Friday night. It was. Picked up a couple of steaks.
Like a Katy Perry song.
Is that what she says?
Last Friday night. Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop.
Did you skinny dip too?
And I did not pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks. Does she skinny dip in the song?
In the song, I think she did last Friday night. Yeah.
Premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. The chef prepared entrees, side dishes, perfect dinner to go choice for your family, ready to heat at home. Don't forget about those huge deli sandwiches. Who was it that had a deli sandwich last week?
It was one of my buddies. He and his dad went. Yeah,
great.
So they were amazing. Best he's ever had. He said.
Great for lunch with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations to serve you: Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality. Well done, service.
Brody says, what did you tip, Jim? It was nobody's fault except the people in the kitchen. It was a $165 tab. I tipped $60. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a good tip,
So
Jim.
that's what I did. $165 was our check, and I tipped $60. So I wasn't going to take it out on the poor girl behind the bar that was, doing her best. So
Yeah, that's a good tip.
yeah, wasn't going to take it out on her. Not her fault. So don't take it out on the staff when the kitchen screws up. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Don't miss your chance to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Open 24/7, so come on in for non-stop gaming action. You'll find the latest, hottest, most exciting games around. And you'll love the fun bonuses and big jackpots. Plus, you can watch and wager on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. Your best bet for big wins is just minutes away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, where you can be a winner too. Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts. Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Back with you on the Next Round. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemp Hill today. A chance for you to get that cooling system. I'm telling you, we will hit triple digits, I believe, in September this year.
Yeah,
I don't doubt it.
You made that prediction quite a while ago when we had a cooler than expected May. You said it's going to be a hotter than expected September.
So don't think that air conditioning is nearing the end of its work this year. It's about to just crank up. Hemp Hill can help you.
Yeah, summer weather, it's here. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty when you mention the Next Round. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Georgia got a big 5-star recruit during the show yesterday, and then last night they pick up 4-star offensive lineman Daniel Calhoun, who picks Georgia over Alabama, Texas, Auburn, and Tennessee there. So Georgia continues on the recruiting trail. I want to show you a picture before we get to the 40 and 40 countdown today from the Texas workouts, the quarterback room. And before you pop it up for us, you're gonna look for Arch Manning here, obviously, to see what Arch looks like. Right. By the way, he's going to have the best physique of any of the Mannings.
Really?
When you look at this,
the Mannings have never been known for their chiseled bodies.
Yeah, I don't think the Manning's going to be on a calendar anytime soon.
A bit of a low bar.
Quinn Ewers, you're going to look for him because he's QB1.
That's right. Yeah.
But I will tell you, everyone will focus on what Malik Murphy looks like.
I'll tell you what, man, Chip Brown talks this kid up.
Okay, here's the picture.
My gosh, he's huge.
That is Arch, second from the right on the TV screen. Is that Quinn Ewers with the bad tattoo? A.J. McCarron-esque over the left. I don't know what it looks like. It's just a big one. Two other guys. And then that is Malik Murphy, who is playing the role of Derrick Henry in that picture.
My gosh, he's a head taller than any of them.
He's bigger than everybody.
Yeah.
And he's supposed to be really good. Like, how he didn't hit the portal, I don't know. Because you got Arch Manning waiting in the wings. You got Quinn Ewers there who could go a couple more years.
Boy, that is quite the uncomfortable picture, though.
Kid in the middle, I don't know what he's doing.
Hey, can we get all our quarterbacks up here, skin off? We're going to take a picture of you guys.
Let's do it, guys. Come on, boys.
Quinn, you hold the dumbbells. Kid in the middle, we don't even know who you are.
You think Sark took the picture?
Yeah. Chances are the guy next to Malik or the guy next to the guy next to Malik. One of them are holding this year? One of them holders?
We didn't call the holders. No, I'm 15 quarterback. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, 15. Right. 15 quarterback at Texas.
I mean, Malik Murphy was the story of the spring game, was he not? I mean, that was the guy that came out of the spring game. Everybody's like, he's a better quarterback than Arch Manning right now.
Well, Goose says Manning's supposedly 6'4". Is that true?
All right, I got to see Malik Murphy.
That's going to make
this is going to be one of those forced perspective things.
You think it is?
Yeah. Well, I think he is stepping.
What's he now do his thighs? What's he doing with his thighs?
I don't know.
Look at those legs compared to the other kids.
I'm not going to say he's not big.
We used to say that was forced perspective on Derrick Henry, too, in the coin toss.
Malik Murphy is 6'5", 235.
That looks about right.
Yeah.
But again, if you notice, he's standing a step closer. So is Quinn Ewers. The other quarterback's kind of a step back.
Brody's right. I mean, goodness, if they don't use him in a Tebow package this year, what are they thinking?
Yeah, why would you not?
Yeah, worked for Chris Leak and Tim Tebow that year.
Yeah, and you remember Blake Bell, the Belldozer for Oklahoma? Still pays in the league?
Absolutely.
But they had a package for him.
Yeah. Gino says, orange shoes, Malibu's most wanted vibes to that kid. Gino.
Orange shoes.
That's funny. That's funny. All right, let's push our 40 and 40. Well, now we got a guy at the top of the hour. Let's do it right here. Let's unveil our 40 and 40 team. We started at number 20 on the new page yesterday with North Carolina. It's brought to you by Urology Centers of Alabama. Drop it for us, LT, UCA, and then we'll show you the team.
Yeah, compassionate, comprehensive urological care, 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Visit urologycentersalabama.com. Schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
I've got their hat on today. Here we go.
Howdy toddy.
Number 19, the Ole Miss Rebels. A big point gap between them and North Carolina at 20. The Rebs are in at 19. We'll talk to Neal McCready about our UCA 40 and 40 countdown team when we come back. Neal McCready standing by. There's your countdown. Ole Miss at 19. We're back in a moment right here on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Auburn sells out their season tickets, 63,500 strong for Hugh Freeze. Phil Steele's playoff teams, Georgia, Clemson, Michigan, and Alabama, the top four. Ohio State, Penn State just missing at number 5 and 6 there. Braves win again yesterday as they get home runs from their two A's, Murphy and Olson. The guys they got from Oakland. Tampa Bay and Atlanta play each other starting in a series tomorrow in Tampa. Those headlines brought to you by our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa.
Hey, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Or just stop by the Summit location and tell Stuart and Casey The Next Round sent you.
All right, 67 people were asked to vote. 67 people were asked to vote. Out of all the hundreds of you that applied, we picked 67. You voted Ole Miss number 19. We had North Carolina at number 20 yesterday, Ole Miss at number 19. Nobody knows it better other than Lane Kiffin than Neal McCready. Neal is with us now from over in Mississippi. You can follow him on Twitter at Neal McCready. What is up, Neal? How are you?
Ryan, how are you, sir? How's everybody there? Jim, everybody doing good?
Fantastic. There was some doubt whether your voice would be digitized or not. You sound fantastic.
Oh, that's good. I don't know what the problem is with my other computer. I'll have to figure it out later.
Yeah, reboot it. Have you rebooted it, Neal?
That's probably the solution. I have not.
Yes.
I will do that next.
Could it be Threads?
Yeah, reboot it and sign up for Threads.
Is it Threads?
No Threads for me. I'm done. That's it.
So what? When Twitter pulls the chute, you're just out. You're done.
I'm out. I use Twitter less than I've ever used it before. I'm catching myself doing less social media than ever before. I do nothing against the fine people at Threads. I'm sure it's a wonderful idea, but I'm not interested.
Hey, before we move forward, let's go back. So Ole Miss starts 7-0, and then they go 1-5 on that finish. And we remember, down the stretch, the rumblings of Lane Kiffin possibly taking that Auburn job, Lane Kiffin taking shots at his facilities. How much of that 1-5 finish do you think was on Lane Kiffin?
A lot of it. I don't know that they were as good as they looked at 7-0, and I don't know that they were as bad as they were at 1-5. But I think there's certainly some criticisms of Kiffin that are more than fair down the stretch. I don't think he handled the Auburn thing particularly well. There's really not a way to handle that all that great, but he let it go. He let it get too loud for his team. There's no question about that. He overemphasized the Alabama game, and when they lost it, they really didn't bounce back. and then he lost 2 games in one night in Fayetteville on the road finale up there towards the end of November. You're down 42-6 in the third quarter. You're not coming back and winning that game. You play 5 nights later. You've got to wave the white flag right there. And that's not who he is. It's not in his nature. But instead, his offense played 98 snaps that night. And 5 nights later, his offense looked fatigued against Mississippi State, and they lost a game they shouldn't have lost.
Ole Miss is our team today. We're talking with Neal McCready. I find this team fascinating on different a bunch of different levels. It's easy to go quarterback, but I want to talk about Pete Golding in defense because it does seem like he's been trying to fill some holes through the portal since he got to Oxford. Is that a fair statement that his portal use is, I'm here, I got to see what we have, and I think I can find some players to plug in through the portal?
Yeah, it's more than fair, Jim. I mean, it's pretty accurate. He's added, since he got here, 14 defensive transfer portal guys. I mean, think about that number. 14 of your 85 are on one side of the ball that you brought in out of the portal in one class. That speaks volumes about what he thought when he took the job and looked at the talent that was on campus defensively. And now how much of that comes in and fixes it, that remains to be seen. My experience from watching the portal thing, and when you cover Ole Miss, you really see the portal thing, is that it's either hit or miss, and there's not a lot of in between. You either have a guy that comes out of the portal and he's really good, or you get a guy that comes out of the portal with some high expectations and it's a disaster, and that there's not a whole lot in between that. So they need to hit more than they have disasters, because they lost a lot off defense. They weren't a particularly good defense. And, he's bringing in a bunch of guys from a bunch of different programs, and they're going to try to mesh that with a completely new scheme than the one that was run before him, in a league that's in a schedule that's not as backloaded as the one last year. If Ole Miss is 7-0 after its first 7 games this year, it will be a much bigger story than it was last year.
Neal McCready is with us, Rebel Grove, at Neal McCready on Twitter. You will not find him on Threads, but find him there at Rebel Grove, and you can follow all of that. They do great video work and things like that. I would have to say Quinshon Judkins surprised them. I mean, am I wrong about that, Neal?
No, you're right.
Okay.
He surprised them. They thought he was going to be really, really good. They thought they'd gotten a steal out of the state of Alabama, but no, did they anticipate that he would come in and be arguably the best running back in the country as a true freshman? No, they didn't.
Okay, so even as a surprise, he had 274 carries and led the conference in rushing. I'll put that in perspective. Derrick Henry's year under Lane Kiffin, he had, I think, 395, if I remember right. What would you put an over-under on Quinshon Judkins' carries? Because there's one thing I'll say about Lane. When he finds a back that's productive, he has no problem feeding him the ball as many times as he can.
It's what he does offensively is he finds something that works and he, by God, uses it. Whether it's Amari Cooper or Derrick Henry, or last year Quinshon Judkins, or before that Elijah Moore at Ole Miss in that first year that he was here in the pandemic year. I would put the over under at around 300, and I'd probably go over. They're going to really use him. The interesting thing is that a year ago, they had Zach Evans, who you could count on, and usually, and you could give Quinshon some breaks. They don't really have a Zach Evans on campus right now. They've got Kedrick Riscano coming in, a freshman that they're super excited about, but it's a freshman. You just don't really know what you have until you get into it. And I think they have to be careful that they don't overuse Quinshon, because, late in the season, Mississippi State, Texas Tech, those games, I thought he looked a little tired. I mean, he was amazing. He had a great season. I think he goes into this season as a fringe Heisman candidate, but they can't. I don't know that you can go into the first half of the season and, hey, we're going to give him the ball 30 times a game and expect him to be all that productive in the second half of the year. That's probably something they have to try to avoid.
Neal, I think it's fair to say that Jackson Dart was inconsistent last year, his first year in the SEC, which is understandable. Assuming he is going to be the starter, how small is that leash, and would Spencer Sanders be that next guy?
Boy, I wish I knew the answer to this. the rumor is, and I think it's not rumor, I think it's true. The rumor is that Jackson's had surgery on his meniscus, that he's going to be cleared sometime late this month, early next month. So, the assumption that he's just the starter, which is one that I've made too, is perhaps risky. They brought in Spencer Sanders for a reason, and I don't know whether that reason was so that he wouldn't go to Auburn, or whether that reason was because they didn't have complete faith in Jackson Dart and they wanted competition, or if it was because Lane Kiffin believes that Spencer Sanders will be his quarterback for a year and then he'll hand it off to Walker Howard. I know that Walker Howard was told he would come in and be the backup quarterback. So it stands to reason that either Spencer Sanders or Jackson Dart's going to be pretty unhappy at the end of August, is my guess. But he was inconsistent with some decision making, but it was a completely different scheme than the one he had run at USC. I thought he was one of their two bright spots offensively at the end of the season, along with Quinshon Judkins. I don't put a lot of the blame on the 1-5 finish on Jackson Dart. In fact, I think Jackson was pretty damn good, and if he had not played the way that he played in College Station, they'd have lost that game too.
Do you think the Auburn flirtation, and with Ole Miss successful coach now at Auburn, that becomes even more of a rivalry game this year, and however many times they meet while these two coaches are there, sort of like when Nick went back to Baton Rouge when he took the Alabama job that first time? Will that be an interesting scenario this year?
Yeah, it's Jim. I covered Hugh for 6 years. He will have that game circled, underlined, italicized, boxed, everything. He will want that game badly. I've covered Lane for 3 now, and Lane will want that game badly. I can't speak to how fans feel. There's kind of a love-hate relationship with Freeze and Ole Miss people. There's some people who kind of hate him for the way that he left the program and the way that things had deteriorated towards the end. And then there's a lot of people that, he gave them 2 or 3 really great seasons, including that Sugar Bowl season where they beat Oklahoma State in the Sugar Bowl and were probably one of the 5 to 10 best teams in the country by the end of that season. And then it's not a game that if I were Lane Kiffin, I'd want to lose. That would be a tough pill for him to swallow. So I anticipate that game, at least on the field between the two coaches, to be pretty damned intense.
And one game that
I'll be honest, I think Lane, I don't know this, I'm guessing. I think Lane believes that Hugh was a source in that last week in that John Sokoloff story that Lane got so worked up about that really ratcheted up the heat in those last few days. I think he believes there was some undermining that occurred there.
Oh, I like that storyline. I'll sign up for that. One game that is fascinating to me is that Week 2 game in New Orleans. Ole Miss will be favored what, Lance, in that one? 4?
Yeah, 4.5.
4.5. That's an interesting game to me. Now, I don't think Tulane's going to be as good as they were last year, though they do return Michael Pratt. They kept their coach. I don't know. Something weird about that game. I think there'll be a lot of Ole Miss fans there. That'll be a popular road trip. It'll be hot as 10 hells at 2:30 Week 2 in New Orleans. I mean, I thought that was going to be like an 8 o'clock p.m. kick.
It'll smell like vomit, too.
Smell like vomit a little bit, probably.
There's so many, I think, casual Ole Miss fans that are going to head down to New Orleans thinking they're just going to get a ticket to the Dome 20 minutes before the game starts and leave brunch and all their mimosas. They're in for a shock when they find out that it's at Tulane Stadium at 2:30 in the afternoon. God almighty. Can you even imagine the heat?
Oh, it's going to be miserable, oppressive.
I mean, New Orleans in early September is one of the most miserable places to be in the middle of the day. I think it's a game that Ole Miss wins, but I do think, like you, it's a kind of an interesting litmus test, because I'm not one to write off Tulane the way that other people have. I mean, they did what they did last year, and they looked awfully good doing it. Now, Tulane's got a really hard Week 1 game, and Ole Miss doesn't. I think South Alabama is going to be a terrific team. But, that game's got a chance to be interesting. There's a handful of games in the first half of the season really the whole season for Ole Miss that are you kind of circle and go, that's one to watch. And that's one that if that game's super close, it's probably some warning signs for Ole Miss with all the transfer guys on defense, a new scheme, all of that stuff. It might tell you that they're not, from a chemistry standpoint, as far along as they probably want to be at in week 2.
I know you said for Ole Miss fans it's a love-hate relationship with Hugh Freeze, but if you gave them truth serum, what do you think Ole Miss fans would say is the better coach, Lane Kiffin or Hugh Freeze?
Today, I think they'd say Kiffin. I mean, look, Lane's had a lot of success here. When you kind of break down what he inherited and the situation that when he got here, and then 2 months later the world shut down and he couldn't get to know his players or recruit or anything, and they really didn't know if they were going to play. And then the season they had in 2020, and then the season they had in 2021, and I mean, last year it came off the rails at the end, and we talked about that a little bit, but they were still a very relevant team going into the fourth quarter of that game against Alabama. And that was a game that if Alabama had any quarterback not named Bryce Young, that outcome might have been completely different. Bryce Young was amazing that day. I mean, he willed Alabama to a win. But, you know, you can do this with a lot of programs. I acknowledge that. But you change the outcome of that game, and maybe it's a completely different kind of season. So I think they'd say Kiffin. But look, at some point, Lane's got to win the kind of the big game that people don't predict them to win. And that's what Hugh did at Ole Miss. Was he won some of those games, and then he lost some of the crazy games, like losing at Memphis. He lost to stuff like that. He had some weird losses, but he had some huge wins that people remember.
RebelGrove.com. It's part of Rivals, RebelGrove.com. It's not just Ole Miss. Neal does a really good 10 weekly thoughts, and it includes a recipe. And the most recent one was a salad, which is interesting. But you swore by this salad, Neal.
I've not had it, but the chef that does that every week is based in Paris. He's really, really good. He's cooked for me before. He's fantastic. So
is there a city in Mississippi called Paris?
Paris, Texas, right?
Paris, Texas.
No, the one in France. Yeah, he's there. Burton's really, really good. So if he says that salad's good, Ryan, that salad's good.
Now, it does have anchovies, which these two right here were telling me about a salad they recently had. They didn't realize had anchovies on it, and it was a no-go for them. So, but, I mean, this guy's from Paris. You're from Alabaster, so who am I going to trust, right?
Yeah, but anchovies to us was bait.
That's true. That's what you caught fish with at Alabaster, right?
I'm not a big anchovy guy either, Jim, so I'm with you. I understand.
RebelGrove.com is where you find that, RebelGrove.com, and follow Neal on Twitter at Neal McCready. Neal, thank you very much for the time. Always fun talking with you.
Gentlemen, always good seeing you guys.
All right, buddy. Take care. Neal with us on the Johnston RVCenter.com hotline.
Okay, a little bit more on Ole Miss here, and then a bigger topic that we'll get to on the other side after Brownie tells us about our friends at Tough Dog again.
Tough Dog, Jimmy D, just revitalized my garage. I am so thankful they did it. It was down there. Every time I walk down there this morning in my bare feet, and I'm like, it feels good under my feet. It smells better than it used to smell. I look around, I'm like, man, we used to have stuff right there. We've cleaned it out. It just looks great. They can do the same thing for you. Basements, garages, pool surrounds. If you're tired of scorching your feet, they can help you there on the pool surrounds. You select the color of the coating. You select the color of the flakes. It's done to your specifications there. They got a ton of options. Anybody could find an option that they like. They'll even do logos like company logos, maybe a team logo. They can incorporate that if you want it in your garage or your basement or even on your pool surround. They can do that. They stand behind their work, too. These are those coatings that you've probably seen maybe in a commercial area and you don't think you can do it in your home. Absolutely you can. They back up their work, a 15-year warranty. It makes it easier to clean. It just makes it look amazing. It will not crack. It will not wear out like epoxy does. It will never yellow in the sunlight. It exceeds OSHA ratings for anti-slip. You can find more. Call Jared in the game. Just call Jared and tell him, look, I don't know everything about this because I was listening to Brownie try to describe it. He's a complete idiot. I need to learn more from you.
Could they put Alabama's national championships on the floor?
Jim, I think they could, yeah.
If you have a three-car garage.
If you have a three-car garage, yes. If you're going to use all the claimed national championships, you might need an entire workshop.
Did you go claimed?
I did, Jim. Alabama claimed some that are a little fishy, if you ask me.
Yeah, but 14 of them are during the poll era.
Listen,
right?
now, most of them are legit. I'm never going to say that, but I'm going to say Alabama does claim some that they've won enough. They probably should leave those alone if you're asking me, but nobody's ever asked my opinion on that. Yeah, they could put that down. Call Jared and say, hey, listen, I've got an 8-car garage. Can I get Alabama's national championships in there? Or I've got a little small garage. Can I get the Tampa Bay Rays championships in there? 205.
Wow. Drive by on Tampa Bay's Rays.
Dolphins fan.
We're leaking oil.
Dolphins
you
fan.
need that floor for our team
That's
right now because we're leaking oil.
It would be easier to clean all Tampa's oil they're leaking. Here's the number to call Jared and the gang at Tough Dog. 205-947-3639. That's 205-947-3639. Our online, toughdoggaragebefloors.com. Let me do the website. TUFF, toughdoggaragebefloors.com.
That one went so long the looped video ran out.
I got interrupted.
Yeah. Those are the best ones. Those
I
are the ones,
don't disagree with
Those
you.
are the ones people remember.
I want to
right?
try this salad. I'm looking at this salad.
Oh, please.
No, it's got green olives. Do you like green olives?
What's the meat? What's the meat on the salad?
It's got
I like black olives better. Green olives a little too salty.
It's got
It's
one
anchovies
can
and green olives. How salty is that salad?
1 can of tuna in oil, which I mean,
One
like
can of tuna
in oil. Now, if I buy Star-Kissed tuna, is that in oil? I don't know.
I think it's in water.
Yeah. So the can of tuna in oil might be difficult to
If
find.
I'm pulling anything out of a can on a salad, I'm sorry. I'm asking you, what did I do to end up here in the state pen?
This guy is from Paris.
I
Jim.
don't care.
He's a
I
French
don't
chef.
care. I don't care. He's in Europe. That doesn't make it great.
8 anchovy fillets. That's your meat. That's your protein right there.
No.
Wait, I've got canned tuna and anchovies on this thing?
Well, that's what it says, yeah.
This smells like a dock.
Yeah, I mean, what is your breast going to smell like?
I mean, my goodness. No,
Look at
thank
it.
you.
Don't you think it looks good? I think that looks pretty good.
You
like deviled eggs? Deviled eggs are on there
I do
too.
like deviled eggs.
I do too. I like deviled eggs.
God, I mean, how bad's the gas going to be after that thing?
It's going to be rough, but sometimes you just got to fight through.
You know what I had yesterday for lunch was thank God I had a big lunch.
I was about to say, I hope you ate it all.
Was leftover pork butt from your butcher. That was really delicious when I got home.
So did you not get anything to eat after?
No, I just went home and
Lance,
you know me. I went home and pouted.
Lance, you cannot be a martyr if you go get something to eat.
Oh, he starts calling me in the middle of trivia.
Yeah.
And
by the
that
way,
was after
hats
that.
off to you guys starting trivia before 8:30 last night. I thought I was good at 8:21.
Yeah, well, it was tight. I mean, we had just started. It was first round.
Did you think it was an emergency and you answered the call?
No, I knew what it was because I'd already seen his rant on the text.
Yeah. Well, he called me too.
Brown had to talk me off the shelf on the drive home. I thought a couple of things that leaked out from Neal there. Jackson Dart, surgery on his meniscus in the offseason.
That's something to watch. No
should
doubt.
be ready by by start of camp, but they don't know if he'll be ready by the start of camp.
That's start of camp for him. I mean, Cam Rising is potentially first game. Should be a good to go first game, but I think those are two to watch right there because.
Yeah, but even if you've got Spencer Sanders for Mercer, it really doesn't matter. Walker, Howard, whoever, they're going to beat Mercer, and as long as you have him ready. Which is now 2 months off.
It is, but if Spencer Sanders comes out and tears it up against Mercer, you've seen what you got from Jackson Dart. I mean, the good news is you got two capable guys potentially, but what do you do with Spencer Sanders at that point? Do you automatically go back to Dart for Tulane?
Probably, if he's your guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Jackson Dart is the better quarterback, but Spencer Sanders is very capable.
Dart just turned it over too much, and I'm not sure. Gary Danielson gets hammered a lot, but doesn't always mean Gary's wrong. And in the Alabama game, Gary said Jackson Dart just is not totally equipped to do what they want him to do in this offense, and I kind of agreed with him watching that game. I didn't watch all of Ole Miss all year, but watching that game, it looked like they wanted Jackson Dart to drop back and throw the football, and that's just not 100% his game right
well,
there.
He likes to run occasionally.
He would like to,
yeah. He needs to.
And I don't think Lane Kiffin really wanted him to.
Well, Matt Corral did a little bit. I mean,
that's right. That's right.
So when
Blake Sims did a little bit.
I go back to what Neal was talking about in that Texas A&M game where Ole Miss was able to squeak that one out. But Jackson Dart, not only throwing the football, but he almost went 100 yards on the ground.
He just turned it over too much. If you take his turnovers away last year, it's a little bit of a different story, I think, for Ole Miss.
But again, receivers and you can run a bad route. Some of those balls were tipped, bobbled. I mean, interceptions can be some things. Were they all bad reads? I don't think they were. I like Jackson Dart as well. The other thing that we'll get into when we come back, and we'll do our 4 downs from LT when we come back, is which has a little Ole Miss flavor to it, is that Lane thinks Hugh Freeze is the guy that leaked the story that he was taking the Auburn job. So I want to get into that a little bit more when we come back. The show brought to you by our friends at Wayne's, 50 years. We're celebrating our friends at Wayne's. Call Waynes.com, 866-WAYNES1. Use the promo code TNR. Save $50 off of a service. Stack them together. Save $100 or $150. That's pest control. That's termite protection, lawn care, and mosquito service. You get it all right there. New and existing customers, when you use the promo code TNR, call Waynes.com or 866-WAYNES1.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Hey, coffee lovers, the Next Round blend is available right now. Our specialty coffee, roasted on demand with 100% Arabica beans, available in light, medium, and dark roast. Order today at nextround.store, nextround.store.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Gutter Cap sound of the day will be Jackson Dark Cut 1 here in just a second. Tell us about our friends at Gutter Cap.
Hey, look, it's a dirty, dangerous job cleaning the gutters out. You don't want to get that dangerous ladder out. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it, don't snap it. Let Chris Stewart come out, give you an absolutely free estimate. You'll never clean those gutters again. 823-2212, guttercapbirmingham.com.
So a possible meniscus cleanup, if you will, minor surgery for Jackson Dart in the offseason per Neal McCready with us on the show. Back in spring, this is Jackson Dart talking about the quarterback competition that he's facing this year in Oxford.
The competition's always good. You know, for me, I see myself as trying to develop to be a first-round draft pick. So, you know, I just try to keep getting better each and every day, and it's good to have guys like that to push you. And, you know, we compete day in and day out, so it's fun being in a room with that. You know, Spencer, he's had a lot of experience, and, you know, me and Walker are kind of the younger ones, so it's good for us to, you know, at times take some words of advice for him. And then, you know, with them coming here and just being new to the system, me being able to give them feedback off of, you know, our schematics and things like that has helped us all develop.
Is he about to sign some mini helmets?
Yeah, probably a little autograph session after the spring game over there at the Grove Bowl. If I, and this, I don't want to step on any four downs, but do you think these three guys finish the year at Ole Miss together? Like all three are on the roster all year long?
You got to remember, I'm not sure what the transfer options are for any of them because Dart has used his free transfer. He would have to graduate to transfer.
Right.
And now, all of this is if you don't get some sort of NCAA waiver, right? Spencer Sanders, I think, just used his graduate transfer. Am I correct on that?
I think so.
And the Walker Hayes kid, is that his name? Howard, excuse me. Just used his free transfer. He would have to graduate. Now, again, you can get NCAA waivers for a lot of things.
But I guess my point is, at some point, you don't want to play in 4 games, right?
Well, burn a year of eligibility is what you're saying?
If you still have that option left.
Right. Yeah,
I don't know if you still have that option left. They may have all burned that.
Yeah, my assumption is that so Jackson's going to be the guy. Spencer Sanders is going to be number 2. If, in fact, they need him.
And Walker's the future.
And then Walker's the future. He'll probably play in 3 or 4 games. That'll be it. And then next year it'll be really interesting because Jackson will still have, and I don't think Jackson's going to be a first-round guy next year, as much as I like his game. Then it's going to come down to Jackson and Walker, and one of those guys probably will bail.
It really is a silly rule. I wish the NCAA would change so you don't have to have this discussion. You got to have 5 years to play 5 years. I mean, you just give them 5 years, no red shirts, none of that crap.
I agree. Let's do our 4 downs today, brought to you by our friends at Slice. Has a little Ole Miss in it. Slice brings you 4 downs. Today, Rockstar will have another 4 downs in the final hour of the show, as we always do on Thursday during our 40 and 40 countdown. What about Slice?
Well, we'll make a special exemption today. We're going to do 6 downs. I mean, in Summer League, NBA Summer League, you can have 10 fouls. We can do 6 downs today. Is that okay?
Sure, man.
Okay.
6 from you and 4 from Rockstar, that's 10 downs.
Oh, Rockstar's got 4. Damn. Yeah, I got 6.
All right, let's motor, baby. Let's
go.
Are
we doing mine, you said?
We're doing yours, as I just said, and then Rockstar's is in the final hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I've got 6
I caught that, Jim. I'm aware, man. I've got the rundown of the
I
show
forgot
in my
why
head.
you asked me if we've got 8. I forgot Rocky's got his today. So 4 locations, a Slice. Again, the original in Lakeview. It grows to Vestavia, to Montevallo, now Crestline Park. It's local pizza. It's local ingredients. It is the best pizza out there. Somebody asked me the other day, is it thin crust? Oh, yeah, it's thin crust. Exactly how I like it. And that's where it starts. I think the secret is in the crust, but great specialty pizzas. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
The best.
First down.
More starts in 2023. Spencer Sanders or Jalen Milroe?
Boy, that's a tough one. I think I'll go Spencer Sanders. Boy, that is a tough question. I do not know where to go. I just don't know. I don't know about either team's quarterback situation.
Because both of these guys really could end up being the starters.
I mean, it would be so fascinating in both those situations to pick like number of starts for every single quarterback because I really have no idea. I think it'll be Buckner in Tuscaloosa. I don't know. I think it'll be Dart in Oxford. I'm probably more confident Dunaway about Dart than Buckner.
You're more confident Dart's the starter?
Than Buckner.
Me too. See, I'm just the opposite.
You're more confident Buckner's the starter.
As opposed to...
I'm with you, Brown.
Wow, really? That's interesting.
But I don't know the answer either. It's a tough question, but I would go Spencer Sanders.
If you gave me all the quarterbacks in Tuscaloosa, all the quarterbacks in Oxford, and said you absolutely have to pick a starter out of this group, I'd pick Jackson Dart.
I would too.
I wouldn't.
You would go with who?
I would take Jalen Milroe. I think is the
over Buckner.
Is the most talented of the group.
Well, that's.
But I think he also is the guy that like Dart, turns the ball over enough to frustrate the coach to where he's going to go with a safer option in Tyler Buckner, and they're going to bring in Spencer Sanders.
Yeah, interesting.
So I think Spencer Sanders gets more starts.
Second down.
More rushing yards, Quinshon Judkins or Blake Corum with Michigan?
I'm going to go Lane Kiffin here and go Judkins. Not that Jim Harbaugh doesn't run the football, but like we talked about with Neal, that is one thing you got to say about Kiffin. When he finds something that's working, he bleeds it, man.
Yeah, and I'll just say this. I would take either for Stake, just for a fun bet.
Blake Corum's coming off the injury, so that makes it, a little roll of the dice there. But I think I'm going to go Blake Corum. I think Quinshon Judkins will be a focus of a lot of the game plan going into every Ole Miss game.
It was close last year. Both were top 10, but I think they were separated by like 150 yards.
Yeah, but I'll go Stake. I'll take Blake Corum. More rushing yards or total yards?
More rushing yards.
More rushing yards than Quinshon. I'll do a Stake for that.
Okay.
Thank you for
Third
the light.
down.
Hey, current job longer, Lane Kiffin or Zach Arnett?
This is just a belief. I've got no sourcing on this or any gut reaction here. I think Lane made it uncomfortable for himself in some settings with the way it went last season, and it'll be easier for him with a fresh start somewhere else if he has a successful year. And I don't think he can go back to the well of flirting with anybody anymore either as far as other jobs are concerned. We know about the other. I'm going to say Zach Arnett is there longer. It's not going to surprise me if Lane's gone after this year.
I think I'll go Lane. Again, Dunaway, he's top 10 paid coach in America right now. So now all of a sudden you have drastically limited the jobs you'll leave Ole Miss for.
Yeah, but there are people that are the 11th through 20th jobs who could become a top 10 paying job.
Could be, but I don't know what Lane's going to leave for now. I think he fired his shot with Auburn. It, for whatever reason, did not work out for him or for Auburn, however you want to look at that. And he cashed in.
Say they lose to Auburn this year.
Okay.
What's the temperature on Lane Kiffin?
Well, I mean, what else have they done? Yeah. If Auburn's their only loss?
Not that they're going to fire him,
yeah.
But what's the temperature on Lane Kiffin there? How uncomfortable is it for him?
If he pulls a 7-5, which I think they're going 7-5 this year, and one of those losses is to Auburn, that's a problem.
Yeah, well, I think we have them overrated at 19.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah.
I do too.
If he loses to Auburn, he's probably going to be 3-3 at that point because he will have already played Alabama and LSU, and that's assuming they beat Arkansas and Tulane and all those other games. And you've still got Texas A&M and Georgia on the horizon. So all of a sudden, you're 3-3. It's going to be hard to get out of this thing without 5 losses. So, yeah, I mean, the temperature is going to be – but you can't fire him. You just signed him to a massive contract.
No, you can't. But that's when, I think he will find another job before Zach Arnett gets fired.
College or NFL?
I don't know. Or broadcast.
Do you think he could ever coach in the NFL again? I mean, that did not – I mean, Al Davis embarrassed him.
No, I don't.
Yeah, but I mean, he was a kid.
I know. I mean, I think an NFL team, I don't know. I don't know if they'd take another chance on him. I'm with Lance. I think a lot of NFL people are like, yeah,
I never thought Cliff Kingsbury would get.
No, there you go. Exactly.
Right.
Fourth down.
Zion Williamson, 23 years old today, getting old.
Man.
50 Cent.
Remember when he was healthy?
Did he trip on his birthday cake?
50 Cent. This is going to make this question interesting. 50 Cent is 48. Ultimately, better career, 50 Cent or Zion?
50 Cent.
I think I'd go 50 Cent as well.
He shows up for concerts, doesn't he?
He does.
Hey.
Yeah.
I mean,
a little bloated, but still.
50's pretty done, though.
He is. Zion's got, he can close the gap, and 50 can't. He can't add to the gap.
Best 50 Cent song.
Well, it's In the Club.
Yeah, In the Club is the one everybody would say.
Yeah.
I don't
Just a little bit's good.
I'd go 50.
I mean, he's got some good stuff.
But again,
Disco
50,
Inferno.
Yeah, I don't think 50 can widen the gap anymore, and Zion can close the gap still. But I'd go 50 right now.
I mean, if Zion was healthy, I'd go Zion.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but 50 because of his first 2 albums.
And Vitamin Water, right?
He did get points on Vitamin Water. I don't know if Vitamin Water is it still a big seller?
I really don't know.
Michael says 50 also has several business ventures.
Yeah.
He's Smuff says 50 and ain't even close. Don't forget 50 Cent destroyed Ja Rule's career.
Everybody loves that, right?
Thank you, Kevin, for that. Thankfully, he says. Is that 4 before we don't have a 5th or 6th down sound effect?
We just got a first down.
First down.
We got a new set of downs.
Yeah.
So George W. Bush, 77 today.
Okay.
Kevin Hart's 44.
Oh, come on.
Hold on. Who will be more recognizable in 50 years?
George W. Bush. He's president of the United States. Kevin Hart will be forgotten about.
Okay, but go back 50 years, presidents of the United States. I'm just saying, look, Kevin Hart's
pretty recognizable.
I don't think he's funny. I used to love when he came in studio with us. His movies are all shit. But I'm just saying people will still be watching his movies in 50 years.
I enjoy Kevin Hart. I don't know if they'll be watching his movies in 50 years. I mean, what movies do you watch now that are 50 years old?
Oh, I
Jaws,
don't know.
almost.
The Godfather?
Jaws.
Yeah. Okay, those are classics now. Are any of those Kevin Hart type
I'm not
movies?
saying they are. I'm not saying they
Give me
are.
bad movies from 50 years ago that you watch. That's going to be zero. So when you talk about something 50 years from now, by the way, you're not going to be here watching shit in 50 years, right?
Right.
Okay. So 50 years from now, people will not be going back and watching the bad movies from 50
that last
years
Jumanji
ago.
was pretty good.
Yeah. And I don't know. It's like I think taste in movies has gotten a lot worse. I mean, everything he does at the box office makes money. It's awful. I haven't seen one of his movies since. Hell, I can't even remember the last one I saw.
But I enjoy Kevin Hart.
40-Year-Old Virgin. He was just a bit part.
Yeah. That's when his career was beginning, too.
And I was watching that a couple of weeks ago, and we were talking about it. I thought the Romany Malco kid is so much more talented than Kevin Hart, and he's not even around.
Second down.
Okay, this one's interesting. Sylvester Stallone, 77 today. Same age as George W. Bush, by
That's
the way.
right. That's crazy to think about.
Ultimately better career, Saban or Sylvester?
Saban.
It's easy, Nick Saban.
Yeah,
No.
it's easy.
What?
Oh, no, it's
Dude
very
wrote
easy.
Rocky.
Are you kidding?
Well, Nick Saban is considered the best
Okay.
college football coach of all time.
I would go Stallone. Stallone might be the best action star of all time.
Okay, well, we really painted a corner there. I
You
mean,
know, the
action's
best was he was selling his house and he had the Rocky statue in the backyard
Yeah.
with the pool. And Adele bought the house, but she said on one condition: you do not take the Rocky statue. That thing
Wow.
stays. So she kept the Rocky statue.
I would have too. And he's got one in Philly.
Nick Saban's got one in Tuscaloosa.
Stallone is,
I'll take Stallone.
yeah, an icon.
Yeah.
I think Nick Saban is too.
That's Four Downs, brought to you by Slice. The show also brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. Tell us about Michelson.
205-969-8100. That's the number you need to call. Again, I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. After the procedure, which only took 12 minutes, 20/15 vision better than 20/20. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, 205-969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
Before Media Days roll around, we're in SEC Media Days, the first of the Media Days in 11 days. The Big 12 releasing their all Big 12 Players of the Year and their all Big 12 teams. Something on that when we come back. The show brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services as well, LT.
Summer weather is here. Hemp Hill Services offering that 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty. When you mention the next round, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services, call them now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons. It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Forster, you've got a Kevin Durant. It's a tweet.
It's actually funny, too.
Yeah, so it's a tweet, for those of you that still use Twitter, on Threads with the burner, come find me. So he's got one burner account that he has on Threads. That's a self-deprecating joke on himself, who has been outed for having several Twitter burners, right?
I mean, I actually kind of respect the fact that he's embraced it and is making fun of himself.
You say it's a joke, it might not be.
So see if you can go find him on Threads with a burner. He's over there lurking around. While you're there, go follow us on Threads as well. Personal accounts, but specifically at Next Round Live over there. We appreciate that so much. The show being brought to you by our friend Dr. B, LT.
Yeah, Dr. B, again, I talk about him all the time. My hair has doubled, more than doubled in thickness since I went to see Dr. Beckenstein. And for more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316, t3hair.net for more information. Dr. B offering that Sensus transdermal infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary, as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. Again, for more information, t3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
I learned a long time ago, as older sportscasters were teaching me the business, that just because something happened one season doesn't mean it's going to happen the next season. That somebody who's good one year doesn't mean they're going to be good the next year. Things can change around them. People can game plan differently for them. Personnel, play calling, just your own hunger can change. I think that's going to be the case with the folks the Big 12 media voted as the Offensive Player of the Year. In the entire Big 12, the Offensive Player of the Year voted on by the Big 12 media, Jalen Daniels, quarterback Kansas. Fantastic quarterback. It helped Kansas get off to a great start last year. Extremely great talent. but I just don't see him being the offensive player of the year when the season is done.
Boy, if he is.
That means what? Kansas has 7 or 8 wins?
Yeah, I mean, it does. It means 7 or 8 wins, and you just think about the job that's been done there. What were they coming off of? 8 wins last year?
I don't think they ended up with 8, did they? Maybe with a bowl game.
Yeah, I don't remember. Anyway, Jalen Daniels
they
really,
got to
really
6
good
and 0,
quarterback.
right, and then fell apart.
I
Graham
forgot
can
how
pull
they
it up,
started.
yeah. They started great and then fell apart.
But Lance Leipold is a really good coach. I think
he's done a good
everybody
job.
agrees with that.
Yeah. Would you not have guessed Quinn Ewers would have been the answer?
That would be a good place to start.
Yeah.
Or, you can find a receiver in Xavier Worthy on that team, or you could find a running back somewhere. LT usually throws out some great Kansas State player at this point. There's just not the Kansas quarterback, so that was surprising.
Well, I'm guessing.
To me.
Yeah, I'm guessing Duggan wasn't the choice last year going into the season, and by the end of the year, you would have said he was 100% the offensive
They didn't even know if
player.
Duggan was going to be the starting quarterback.
So
over Chad Morris's kid, right?
Yeah.
Chandler
Morris. The defensive player of the year is Jalen Ford, Texas linebacker. Texas has 5 players on the first team, offense, defense, all Big 12 team. 5. Oklahoma, 1.
This storyline continues. Huh?
1.
One first team all conference player, or just player on one side of the ball?
On 5 Texas players, offense and defense combined. So this is not second team, third team.
Yeah, this is 5 of the 22.
5 of the 22
are
Texas. 1 is Oklahoma.
You know what this kind of reminds you of? And look, it's not nearly the sample size, but it almost reminds you of Tennessee and the SEC for a minute.
A little bit, yeah. Yeah. Now they're going to stay down a lot longer to replicate what Tennessee, unfortunately, for Vols fans did. I don't have confidence in Brent Venables. I just don't. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. I've been wrong about some coaches, right about some coaches.
You better be proven wrong pretty quick, because I don't know.
I don't know what the tolerance
if he's not proven
is.
wrong this year. If you're not proven wrong this year or next year, I don't know if there'll be a 4th year.
Yeah.
And I hear great things about Brent Venables as a person.
I really haven't heard much of that. I don't know. And maybe he's a great dude. I have no idea.
From Dabo's staff up there, he seemed to be well liked.
Yeah, and listen, I like the Jeff Lebby hire. I thought Jeff Lebby was an ascending coach, and offense was not their issue. That's the puzzling thing is with his defensive background, how bad they were on defense last year. It's what killed them.
We'll answer the Daniel question right after LT tells us about Michelson Laser Vision again. Our friends at Michelson. Looking into the future, the question is, who is the offensive player of the SEC if you guys had to vote? Tell us about Michelson, and then I'll get you to answer that.
205-969-8100. That is the number. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business. Again, I wore the contacts for about a decade. If you're doing that, you're wasting money each and every year. Stop procrastinating. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, simple phone call, 205-969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. 205-969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com. To me, that's an easy answer.
So when we get to Nashville in 11 days, and I said, Lance, I'll type it in for you on the computer. I'll show you how to do it. I need you to vote for SEC Player of the Year offense. Who do you go with?
Brock Bowers. And
Brock Bowers. That surprised me. I thought you were going to go not Jalen Daniels. I thought you were going to go Jaden Daniels.
But here's the tricky thing. I agree with Lance. I think Brock Bowers is the best offensive player in the SEC. But if you had a football team and I let you pick Brock Bowers or Jaden Daniels, which one are you taking?
Well, I mean, who's my quarterback?
You don't have one. You're going Jaden Daniels, 100%.
But here's the thing. You guys will agree that writers and voters try to go against the grain and do something unique. I think if Georgia has the year everybody believes they're going to have, Brock Bowers could end up winning the Heisman this year.
I don't.
That's an old gym class heroes that it would take a lot for a tight end to win the Heisman. Just like it takes a lot for a wide receiver to win the Heisman.
Yeah,
we've seen the receiver.
We have. Boy, we've never seen a tight end, have we?
No.
Or if we have, it hadn't been since the wishbone.
Yeah. What did the old Notre Dame guy?
I mean, it might have been
in
the
play?
30s or 40s that we saw a tight end win this thing.
I just think you got Jaden Daniels and LSU winning the national championship. That surprised me. You didn't go Jaden Daniels, the quarterback.
I think Brock Bowers is by far the best player in the SEC.
I mean, I don't have a problem with that. And maybe I'm not going to vote, but if I did, I might vote for Brock Bowers. But there's just more of a value on quarterback. I mean, if you let me pick one of the two, I'm going to pick Jaden Daniels. Like if you said, hey, your only hole is tight end and quarterback on your team, and I'm going to let you pick, I'm going to go Jaden Daniels every single time. Every single time. You got to have quarterback. It's the most valued position in sports.
Daniel over there says it's up to Bobo in some ways, right? Whether or not he can win the Heisman.
Oh, that's
tight
true.
end.
Because I didn't think Munkin got him the ball enough.
Daniel Trevor Etienne's a different Daniel there. It's Trevor Etienne is his vote. We'll see. Blake says, by the way, Kansas was my Friday guarantee last year that they would make a bowl game. Way to go, Blake.
Oh, that's a good call.
Our guarantee will happen the Friday before week 0, coming up not too far away, just 50 days away from our Guarantee Friday here on the show. It is time now for Rockstar's Viewing Menu, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, artist Daniel Moore has just announced his next masterwork in oils. Legacy continues. The sequel to Moore's 1992 sold-out painting, The Crimson Legacy, features iconic moments, memorabilia from the last 30 seasons of Tide football. Don't miss your opportunity to own this lasting tribute, sure to be cherished by Bama fans for years to come. Pre-order your print or canvas of The Legacy Continues from New Life Art at special pre-publication pricing through July 15th at danielmooreart.com.
Still not much on, but there's something interesting you guys would like. 8 p.m. on PBS, Alabama's Barbecue Legends.
Oh.
Documentary shows barbecue joints and their pit masters throughout the state from Decatur to Gulf Shores. There's actually quite the variety of barbecue to be found here in Alabama, and there's so much competition that the food has to be excellent.
Can you give me time and channel again, please?
PBS, 8 p.m.
Okay.
Did Winn-Dixie make it, the ribs?
I have not watched it yet, but that's another thing I was going to ask. If I say I'm having barbecuing for you guys tonight, what are y'all thinking?
Normally you would go pork.
Pulled pork sandwiches,
yeah.
I would be thinking.
I always think ribs, and I do not like ribs.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah, I don't like ribs.
No, if you're having barbecue, I think it's going to be some type of pulled pork.
Yeah.
I think if you're
that you've gotten from some brick and mortar restaurant that is not going to be as good as when, the old days when it was basically a shack. And
a lot of these are featured. I can tell a lot of these are shacks.
In the Midwest,
I bet they are, yeah.
In the West, when they talk about barbecue, and they're talking about grilling out, burgers and hot dogs.
Yeah, I don't
When
like
I
that.
hear barbecuing, I think somebody's working the grill, and I think it's ribs too.
Yeah, that's what I think.
But when I think you're going for barbecue, I think pulled pork.
Yeah. But if you're coming over, you said we're going to eat barbecue tonight, right?
No, if I said I'm barbecuing for you guys tonight, what am I barbecuing?
Yeah.
Well, I wonder why you live up north and you're not saying I'm grilling.
Yeah.
That's my first question.
Or cookout. We're cooking out tonight.
Yeah.
We're going to hit cookout tonight.
When we're cooking out tonight, that's steaks. That's when steaks and everything else comes into play. Hamburgers and hot dogs.
Y'all come over. I got barbecue for you guys.
That's pulled pork. 100% pulled pork. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Lance, I'm sure you've seen this. It sounds like I haven't seen it, but it sounds like a fun movie. 8 p.m. on Showtime. Women, House of Sand and Fog with Jennifer Connelly and Ben Kingsley. Is it a comedy?
I've seen it a couple of times. It is one of the most depressing movies ever, but it is a really, really good movie.
Well, that's all tonight. There's that.
Are you guys ever going to watch it?
Nope, not going to watch it.
House of Dark and Fog?
Yes.
Sand and Fog.
So Jennifer Connelly's family has this house that is on the coast. I think it's on the Pacific coast. They lose it to foreclosure.
No.
So Ben Kingsley's family, he works in a convenience store and construction, 2 jobs, to save up enough money. He basically logs all of his cash that he's making to save up to buy that house. He buys the house, and then she tries to get it back from him, and it's a back and forth. His son ends up getting killed, and then him and his wife put bags over their head and kill themselves.
Or did she get the house back?
I don't think anybody gets the house.
Oh, really?
Wow.
But it was a good movie. I mean, I know it sounds weird on that little summary.
Yeah.
Sounds weird.
A little uplifting. Was that the summer laugher?
Yeah. Didn't sound that funny in your description.
Yeah.
So what that was full spoiler alert. You weren't joking. I thought this was a Lance. You were going to make it an extreme thing.
I mean, House of Sand and Fog.
2003, I think.
Yeah, that's about right. 2003, 2004. Jennifer Connelly heyday.
No, I think she's getting better with age.
She steps on a rusty nail.
Yeah.
Is she, Jennifer Connelly used to be married to Ben Affleck?
Nope. That's Jennifer Garner?
That's Jennifer Garner.
All right. There you go. Jennifer Connelly was in Maverick.
Top
She
Gun.
was.
Yes.
Okay.
And Rockstar is right.
She looked smoking that.
Yes. Rockstar is right. I mean, that was maybe the best she's looked to me.
She was also Noah's wife in Noah. Shocker.
Never saw that. Bobby over there, House of Sand and Fog is amazing.
Plus, you get to look at Jennifer Connelly for 2 hours.
Yeah,
You
nothing
finish
wrong with
right
that.
There. All right, top of the hour show being brought to you again by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Always trying to keep you updated on that cooling system right here in the heat of the summer.
Yeah, again, they got a great deal for the Next Round viewer and listener out there. They're offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty. When you mention the Next Round, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. It's hard to stop a train. Call now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number 1, your yard looks the best it can. And number 2, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Tough Dog Garage Floors is a leading provider of high-quality garage floor coatings. Jared and his team specialize in the installation of polyasparatic flake garage floors. This is good for residential and commercial clients. Garage floors, concrete flooring, basement coatings, flake flooring, patio coatings, driveway coatings, pool deck coatings, and more. From get-togethers to oil changes, your garage experience will change forever. TUFF, Tough Dog, GarageFloors.com or call 205-273-8813.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Halfway through the show, Neal McCready already talking about our team at number 19, Ole Miss. A little more Ole Miss in our upcoming topic here in just a second. Let's get into a couple of the headlines brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. We learned in talking to Neal McCready that Jackson Dart may need to get back in the game. He let us know that maybe, he was telling us that a little surgery on his meniscus made it sound like it was more of a cleanup, right? Not like a major surgery.
Well, I thought, and this is a perfect lead into Precision, because when we were doing the shows for my basement, Brown remembers a day I had to slide down the stairs. I couldn't even walk.
That's right.
I do.
And I went to Precision Sports Medicine and orthopedics, and I met Dr. Patterson for the first time. He took a look at it. He was like, the pain you're describing, it seems like the meniscus, so let's get an MRI. Went and get an MRI. He said it was unclear. Before I get you in to clean you up tomorrow on the meniscus, let's get one more MRI. He looked at it. He said, you've got L4, L5 damage. I think it's a nerve situation.
Wow.
Put me on a prescription. Never had to get surgery. That's what they do for you, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Whether you tweak that knee, getting up from the couch at halftime, maybe hurt the elbow shooting hoops in the backyard, let this be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Atlanta won yesterday, beating the Guardians 8-1. They now go and catch the Tampa Bay Rays at a perfect time. Tampa Bay lost again. They've lost 4 straight now. So Atlanta, who has passed Tampa Bay on the power ratings, is the best record in baseball. They play a series. And the way Tampa's playing, we can't call it a World Series preview for a second. You could have called it maybe a World Series preview this week.
Yeah,
a month ago.
Still think when you look in the American League, things are wide open. Brown, was talking about yesterday who's the second favorite team to win it. It is Tampa. But I'm kind of with you. I kind of would lean Houston in the American
Houston.
League.
If you made me pick one, I'd go Houston.
Just because they seems to be the team to beat the last 5 years.
Yeah, they're a better team.
But these Atlanta numbers, so they're 7-0 in rubber games, and this is kind of interesting. The last team to go unbeaten in rubber games with as many overall wins, the 1994 Montreal Expos were 9-0 in rubber games. Remember how good that team was before the strike?
Yeah, strike year. No World Series that year. The season ended, right?
And most people believe Montreal would have won it.
Yeah, 8-1 yesterday. Tampa Bay's lost 4 in a row. 5:40 tomorrow. That starts the series. Angels Dodgers play a series this weekend at Dodger Stadium starting tomorrow.
Both teams going the wrong direction.
Yeah, at some point. Dodgers are still going to be good. They're 5-5 over their last 10. They're only a game and a half out.
They don't have any pitching healthy.
But Ohtani, at some point, the Angels, who can lose again last night, Trout's had surgery. They've got to make a decision on Ohtani. Are we going to trade him or just let him go to free agency? You got to trade him so you get something back.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Why would you trade if you're another team? There's only like 3 or 4 teams that can pay for him next year. Like, if you're the Dodgers, you can go on and get him now. Yeah, that makes sense. But if you're somebody like, I guess the Braves could add a piece, and that probably puts him over the top.
Yeah,
but he's only going to go to so many different places anyway.
And Buster, because of travel, Buster is with us tomorrow, so we can talk to him more about this. But initially, I thought there's no way you trade him because nobody's going to be able to give up that many pieces to get him. However, the Angels can't really demand a ton because they know they can't sign him. Now they'll get a good haul out of him, but if you were just trading an Ohtani that was under a long contract, I don't think there's a team out there that could give up enough to get him. See what I'm saying? Like if you were getting Ohtani on a 5-year guaranteed contract.
But now it's precarious. Like if I'm the Dodgers and I want him long term, and maybe I want him the rest of this year to try to get us into the playoffs. And go ahead and get the second half of the season with that great gate of having Ohtani in town, there's no guarantee I'm going to be able to sign him in free agent. Somebody could still come and outbid me.
Yeah, you would have to think you're the favorite.
So you're going to give up prospects and then could still lose them.
You could lose them. That is the gamble.
But you would feel, I guess it depends on how you feel about your clubhouse. But if you could get him in and get him acclimated, he gets used to these guys, gets used to Dodger Stadium, living, right there in L.A., which I guess he already does.
And this is not, I just believe that, with his Japanese heritage, the Mariners are owned by, is it Nikon? Is the owners of Nikon or one of the Japanese?
I thought it was Nintendo, wasn't it?
Nintendo. Yeah. It's Nintendo. Yeah. That's right. They're owned by Nintendo.
Right.
Big in Japanese money up in Seattle.
It's a massive Japanese company.
It is. So,
well, I'm going to be surprised if he doesn't stay on the West Coast.
Me too.
It'll be Seattle. I think it's got to be Seattle or the Dodgers.
Yeah,
I
would agree with that too. That would be my fear, though, if I was the Dodgers and I gave up a little bit.
Yep.
Not as much as you would, as your point, if he was a long-term signed deal, but he'd give up a little, and then I end up not getting him anyway. I'd be upset I gave away a couple of minor leaguers.
But if you're the Angels, isn't that exact? You know you're not going to sign him. Why not trade him?
Oh, you got to get something. That's right.
Yeah.
Even if it's one prospect that hits, you got to get something. All right. Before we get to this thing LT brought up to the table today, which is fascinating, it involves today's next round magic number, which is 17. 17 is the number of the day. But first, let me tell you, this hour is brought to you by Champy's Chicken. 17 chicken fingers from there, hand cut. You could eat that.
I could eat it right now, absolutely.
17 tamales, Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. That would be a stretch.
I'd have to fight, but I'd try.
I give 17 a shot there. 17 big breast. It'd be a dream come true, but I couldn't finish them off. They're huge right there. At Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. All the great Southern fried chicken cooked to order, wonderful sides, and a lot more. Stop by and see them today. Lunch and dinner, to-go orders for the weekend to the lake or wherever. It is Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 right there in Alabaster. Tell us about the Magic 17.
Yeah, I will real quick. I just wanted to tell you, I meant to tell you yesterday because of Champy's. Joey Chestnut in 10 minutes, how many tamales? And these are regulation size tamales.
Tamale is filling. He's done this?
Yeah.
In how many minutes?
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
I'm going to say
they're pre-shucked, I assume.
Yeah, I'm sure they're ready to eat. I'm going to go 21 , which probably puts you underground.
No. Much higher than that because I think it's
tamale's
going to be like the
man.
taco, LT. I think the taco number is going to be very close. I'm going to say, he could probably smush two together at one time. He's doing it like this.
Oh, yeah, it's disgusting.
I'm going to say he did 64.
93 tamales.
Oh, my goodness.
93 in 10 minutes?
Yeah. There was a lot of mushing going on, Brown.
Dunaway, though, you know how filling those things are.
You think he left the toilet?
He was eating like a caveman.
I think that guy's insides have just given up. I think they're like, we don't really function anymore.
Stomach to intestine.
Yeah, stomach to intestine. Just like, I don't know what this guy wants us to do.
So I think it's well documented in SEC country. Ole Miss is one of 3 teams that have never been to an SEC championship.
Have you ever heard that before, Forrester? Ole Miss ever been to Atlanta before?
Yeah, it comes up every now and then.
So it's Vandy, Ole Miss. Oh, there's more than 3, right? Texas A&M.
Oh yeah. Now,
yeah.
A&M, Kentucky, and that's it though, right? Yeah, Missouri's been there.
Yeah, Vandy has not. So Vandy, Ole Miss, A&M,
and Kentucky.
Yeah, I left A&M out.
Amazing.
That's how irrelevant A&M is.
No, it's really amazing. And now, look, I know they've only been to the conference a decade, but it is amazing that that's the group they find themselves in. Boy, they were close with Manziel. I mean, they just. I can't really remember how that SEC opener against Florida went for them. I know they lost the game.
It was tight.
Like 17-10.
Manziel, I remember he had like a bootleg touchdown, but he wasn't a big factor.
Yeah, once he developed, I mean, if you had gotten midseason Manziel in that first game against Florida, they win the West that year, their first year in the league. But anyway.
So with that said, there's actually 18 teams because I did forget about Texas A&M. So 4 in the SEC, Kentucky, Ole Miss, Vandy, and A&M. In the Pac-12, these are teams that have never played for their conference championship. Power 5 teams.
A&M did with the Big 12, so you're at 17 teams.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
Yeah, they played for theirs. These are the Power 5 teams to never play in their conference title game.
So I'd like to do 2 things. What is the best programs, the best 2 or 3 programs, and then which one of these teams will actually play in their conference title game first?
Okay, first for those that are listening. Pac-12, Washington State, Cal, and Oregon State. No real surprise there. In the Big 12, West Virginia, Texas Tech, and Kansas. The SEC, Ole Miss, Kentucky, and Vandy. A&M played in the Big 12, so they will not be mentioned here. ACC, Syracuse, Louisville, and NC State. And in the Big 10, Indiana, Illinois, Maryland, Rutgers, and Minnesota. So your first question is what, LT?
And what's the best program to never play in their conference championship?
For me, instantly, I'm going to say West Virginia.
West Virginia they played Notre Dame in that Fiesta Bowl where Tony Rice and Notre Dame won the national championship. But West Virginia wasn't playing for the national championship that day, were they? They were just the representative.
I don't know. It was close. Major Harris and Don Nehlen.
Yeah, Don Nehlen. So, I mean, they've at least been in the discussion once.
And keep in mind, for those that may be asking, Ole Miss has won SEC championships. Kentucky has won SEC championships. West Virginia has won conference championships. But this is before they had in 1992, the SEC was the first to have a conference championship game. So this is after 1992.
When I scan your list here, a couple things, Lance. Number one, the Big 12 is about to lose Texas and Oklahoma. So you do wonder if it opens the door for that random West Virginia, Texas Tech team. I don't think I'd go Kansas. The team that jumps off to me that I would say has the best chance of playing for their conference championship would either be NC State or Louisville in the ACC.
Yeah, I'm surprised Louisville has not.
Yeah, I mean, really, those Bob Petrino teams?
But those were Big East.
Oh, that's right.
No, they weren't. Not on the back end.
Yeah.
They were ACC.
But they didn't have a Big East championship game, though, right?
They did not. I think they won the Big East outright. But, yeah, you're right. Lamar Jackson, I forgot who they lost to that put them out of the ACC championship game. I know Clemson was one of those early ones.
Well, according to this, they played in the 2016 ACC championship game.
Yeah, I thought everybody.
Sorry to do this to you.
Yeah, I thought everybody had played in the ACC championship game.
We talked about this the other day with NC State when we previewed them. It was 3 teams that had not played in the ACC championship game.
Yeah. I mean, which division are they in? Because that other whole division, they've all been once. The Duke division.
Yeah. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they finished in a tie. Oh, no, they finished in a tie with Clemson. And Clemson won the regular season. That's what knocked them out.
Yeah.
So they finished in a tie for the division, but Clemson beat them head-to-head, so they did not play in the conference championship game. My apologies.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the 3 teams
Yeah,
in
so
the
Louisville.
ACC.
I would go Louisville. And that was under Bob Petrino, by the way. I think Louisville would be the one I would say that would do it.
I mean, West Virginia, of all those, has the best football
I think so,
history.
Jim. I think
Yeah.
probably.
I don't know. Syracuse.
Yeah, but my gosh, that is ancient Syracuse.
Well,
history.
hell, when was the last time West Virginia was good?
Pat
Since
White.
Syracuse.
Yeah.
Pat White had them
Rich
close
Rod.
to the national championship.
The guy
game.
who's just down the street trying to win a Conference USA championship.
right.
Donovan McNabb had Syracuse in a Fiesta Bowl.
Yeah, West Virginia's a better program.
I don't know about historically.
Well, I mean, how do you want to go all-time football wins? I mean, we're not going to go national championships because we're talking Syracuse and West Virginia.
If you're going national championships, Ole Miss beats them all.
Yeah. All-time football wins, West Virginia is going to be surprisingly high. They're at 22.
Yeah.
But that includes everybody. I mean, if you just throw out like the division FCS programs, they're a top 20 all-time team, easy.
I mean, I think we forget what West Virginia was in the 60s and 70s.
They're 15th all-time, Jim, in wins just on the FBS level, 15th. I'm going to have to dig deep. That's right in front of Texas A&M, by the way. I'm going to have to dig deep to find, it's not that deep. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 is Syracuse. Syracuse is 22nd all-time in wins.
Surprising to me it's that high, only because I know what they were back in the Ernie Banks days. And
Yeah, but Paul Pasqualoni had that team dialed in.
They
Well,
did.
I mean, they were good.
They were the Big East challenger to Miami, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they had some good moments, Dwight Freeney and Donovan McNabb.
Even Don McPherson back in the day.
I think West Virginia's got the better history of the two. I mean, 772 wins all time to 737, so it's not a huge gap, but it's almost a 40-game gap there. That's a lot of wins.
Well, they've got 5 conference titles. Their last was 2012.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you, West Virginia will not play in this year's game, the Big 12 championship game. You look at their first 5 games, Brown. Other than the gimme game, I think Neal Brown's going to be 1-4.
You think West Virginia starts 1-4?
They might not finish the season.
I think they'll start 1-4, and I like Neal Brown.
We all do.
I mean, I mean, he's got Penn State and Pitt to start the year, and then he's got. Is it Texas?
So it's Texas Tech.
Yeah.
At home and then at TCU.
Yeah. So the first 5 games, they got one gimme game. They play Penn State, Pitt, Texas Tech, and TCU.
Yeah, their gimme game is Duquesne at home. That Penn State game too, and this, if it goes really, really bad, that's primetime NBC. That's going to be one of the. And by the way, again, I hate to say this, but Week 1's not a great week of football. That's going to be one of the better games. Week 1 is West Virginia at Penn State, and it's 6:30 NBC. I mean, it's prime time for the whole country to see. You get embarrassed in that one. That's a tough way. It's tough to fight back from that.
And that's Week 1, West Virginia at Penn State
in Happy Valley. They at least host Pitt and Texas Tech, and they're at TCU.
Would you guys in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room and all those that are listening and watching be interested if, say, Brown sort of ranked all 13 weeks of college football for us?
Because I hate to say that about Week 1 because we get so fired up about it. But if you look at the TV schedule, Week 1, it is not a great week. We've had much better first weeks.
Would you do that for us on our social media platform?
Yeah.
And give us a 1 through 13, so we can look forward to what is our best weekend of college football TV games.
Absolutely, I'd love to do it.
Would you do top 10 games each week?
10 might be a stretch just because, Week 1, I don't know that I can find 10.
Yeah. But you'll give us this week's got the biggest one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And maybe it'll be more than, maybe I'll do 5, and maybe some weeks it's more than 5.
Yeah. I wonder, will you be surprised if Week 1 is not the worst weekend of the year?
Well, traditionally, I've always thought that tweener week, but the SEC has cleaned that up a little bit. So,
and the other conferences sometimes have some really good games.
Yeah, yeah. So I just my guess off the cuff, I'm going to say week 1 is potentially 13th.
I'm always disappointed, LT, traditionally the weekend. For some reason, the Georgia-Florida weekend always seems like, God, there's no big games this week.
I agree with you on that. Yeah.
I don't know why it is
Yeah.
that weekend. It always seems like, God, there is no big games this week.
I'm going to guess the first weekend in November. Well, rivalry week's going to be tough to beat. I mean, that's always a good week.
I think we've got 5 really good games first week.
See, that's just 5.
I know, but still.
I mean, 5's enough for me.
5's enough for me, too, just based on the fact that we're going to watch anything. I mean, South Alabama Tulane actually is a good game.
Oh,
I'll have it to 5.
Until Neal said that today, I didn't know that was week 1. That is a must-see for me.
Yeah.
Not just because my godchild's going to South Alabama.
I could find 10 games on this list for you, Brown.
10 what?
10 quality matchups.
In week 1?
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, you think that's a quality matchup, right?
What, South Alabama and Tulane?
Yep.
I mean,
Jay Mose says October 21st, there's not enough TVs in Best Buy for you to have that day.
Yeah, that's a good day, October 21st. I've looked ahead at this.
LSU, Florida State.
Okay, that's really good.
I mean, Coastal Carolina, UCLA with Grayson McCall back is interesting.
Yeah, interesting.
McCall.
I mean, is that not North Carolina, South Carolina, obviously?
That's a good one. There's 2.
That's not 2. UTS and Houston.
It is 2.
Well, I mean,
you're not going to sell Coastal Carolina and UCLA. You're selling it too hard if you're trying to convince me that's a really good football.
But is South Alabama Tulane a really good football game?
That's a good game. I mean, look.
Okay,
It could be. It could be for a group of 5 bowl bid.
ESPNU is where you're going to find that game at 7:00.
Okay,
I mean,
what about Texas San Antonio at Houston? 3
it's a good game. Yeah, that's a good game.
Okay,
that's 3.
Okay, we got 3.
There's 3.
I'm at 5.
Yeah, I'm at 5 too.
Well, because you're starving right now.
I am hungry.
Let's go back and do this mid-season, and you'll be like, "Yeah, Brown was right."
Boise at Washington.
I mean, it's an okay game. Yeah,
I'll be cheering for Boise.
What was Boise? Was Boise 7-5 last year?
I'm tired of all this purple rain.
I'm
cheering for Boise.
Think they were 8-5, but they got
8-5,
better.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
I'm not going to put Ohio State and Indiana in here.
I would hope you don't.
Yeah. I mean, Colorado TCU is interesting just because TCU lost so much and because Deion Sanders debuted.
I think TCU is a 3-touchdown favorite in that one.
Okay,
if I'm not mistaken.
I think I'll be cheering for Colorado.
Yeah, I think you're probably wasting your time doing that, but I think a lot of people will be cheering for
I think Fresno at Purdue could be an interesting game.
I will not watch that one.
Louisville at Georgia Tech.
I think once you said Fresno, Purdue, we're done with this segment. You go ahead.
Florida, Utah. Nebraska, Minnesota.
Nebraska. Oh, yeah. I mean, God, this week 1, I can't wait.
You heard him say Fresno, Purdue, didn't you?
I skipped over that one.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, the problem is week 0 is really bad.
Well, week 0 is always bad. Yeah. In fact,
we got Navy Notre Dame.
In fact,
USC plays.
In fact, I wish we didn't have week 0. I don't like week 0. I don't. It's just not a good idea to start your product with you get lesser games on week 0.
That's when you want the lesser games.
No, I want the lesser games later in the season when I can ignore them.
Before we got all frou-frou
yeah.
in society, the appetizers were not as good as the entrees.
No, you're incorrect on this.
They were supposed to crank up the meal, get the process
the
going.
Advent of week 0 were the kickoff classic games.
Making a point about food first.
Okay.
The appetizers, but then now we've gotten so good at appetizers that my wife sometimes will not even look at an entree. She's like, I'm just going to eat a couple of appetizers if that's okay with you. Well, sure, ma'am. Go ahead. It's overpriced, but go ahead.
Okay, let me ask you this. If you've been 2 days without eating, and you get a couple of Uncrustables, how good are they?
Oh, my God. So good. I wish I'd had one last night.
Do you think, though, like you're going to be fully mealed up until tonight, but if you had a really good steak, unlike your steak last night, would that steak be as good as those 2 Uncrustables that you hadn't eaten in 3 days? No, that's my point for week 0 and week 1 football.
Just meaningful football. I can't wait.
At least you got some name brands taking on each other, too.
Yeah.
I don't like the concept of week 0. I'm going to stand by that one. I don't like it. It's you give I've starved all year long, and you give me some of the worst games I'll get all year.
It's a salad with no meat.
Yeah, and very little dressing.
I'm just working on an analogy.
And the dressing is Catalina.
Yeah. JMO's Uncrustables are amazing always.
I agree.
I ate 4 this weekend. I loaded the cooler full of Bud Light and Uncrustables.
There's a service station near us. I stopped after we played golf. You didn't play with me. What day did I play golf? Monday. Wow. I stopped Monday to get a drink, and they got Uncrustables in their little cooler right there. But they only had the wheat. They didn't have white.
The wheat eat's good.
Yeah, but the white strawberry to me is the
better,
best.
yeah.
Catalina dressing. On the other side, Lunsford, can you pull up a recipe on how to make Catalina dressing?
That's week 0. It is a salad with no meat, and they've spilled a little bit of Catalina dressing on it.
I think there's ketchup involved. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's
I'm
not
not
what
sure.
I want my dressing.
When we come back, though, we'll get to that answer. One other thing I want to show you, a night with somebody plus trash is all coming up. The show being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's.
Hey, by the way, if I bring Uncrustables tomorrow, will y'all eat them?
Of course I will, Lance.
I'll eat one.
Will you drink a cold beer and eat an Uncrustable? It's Friday.
I will. If it's wheat, I'll dip it in my wheat beer.
Wow. Okay. Market Day is coming up. The Mountain Brook only location of Bromberg's. This is going to be the first half of the month, July 13th through the 15th. You can save 20 to 75% off select jewelry, watches, and giftware. It's only at the Mountain Brook location. They're going to be opening early on Saturday, 8:30 a.m. Shop for the best selection out there. Again, for more information, get into that Mountain Brook location or brombergs.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
The extra hours of sunshine are back on the clock, and that means it's time for golf at Timberline, a short drive from Birmingham or Montgomery. Go to TimberlineGC.com, TimberlineGC.com to book your tee times, schedule a lesson, or just drop by and use the TrackMan technology on the driving range. The course is always fun, in great shape, and you can even become a member. Get all the details at TimberlineGC.com. It's time to get your golf on with our friends at Timberline.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Brown, they're doing a documentary on your early Dolphins before you were born in the 70s.
Yeah, I've watched this.
They've got Jim Kick, Mercury Morris, or Paul Warfield, and Larry Zonka at a bar talking. And I've seen them on The Tonight Show. I don't know which was more amazing, them on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson smoking a cigarette while interviewing them. Back in the day, you smoked.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he just is lit up. He's like, so you guys, perfect season, blah, 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 smoking cigarettes, talking to him.
That was just so normal back then, wasn't it? Yeah.
And then the other was some of the highest sought-after players in the NFL in the swamps in Florida, roping alligators and pulling them out of the swamp.
It wasn't a lot to do back then.
Yeah, you had to work an extra job sometimes, too.
Can you
Good-
recall?
a good way to lose a hand
Absolutely.
and ruin your football
Yeah.
season.
So I never flew on a plane until I was a junior in high school.
I don't remember ever being on one smoking.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you guys. Do you ever remember somebody smoking on a plane?
I can remember cars. That's it.
Now, I do remember my first radio job at Radio Disney,
Oh.
and our board had cigarette burns all over it.
Yeah, when I first started at WHMA in Anniston, Alabama 100, the old country station, you could they would smoke in the studio.
Yeah. Randy, I don't know Randy.
Just a fog of smoke hanging over us.
I don't know Randy's last name, but Randy used to, at AM 1500, he would work either the last shift or his cigarettes would still be in there. The ashtray would still be full.
Yeah, it was just a common thing.
I wonder if Randy's alive now.
Ooh, if that was a common thing, probably not.
1983, he was probably a little chunky, probably late 20s, early 30s. Seemed old as hell back then, but I was...
So that would put him in his 70s now
And a
as
heavy
a
smoker.
overweight smoker. Zero chance he's still walking the earth.
Pour one out for Randy. I'll tell you about Storm Restoration Roofing, but real quickly, Catalina dressing, ketchup or no ketchup in it?
I would say no.
Thumbs up on the ketchup, I hear. Rockstar has it?
Yep, sure is.
How much? I can't see it.
A lot.
Well, you got 2/3 a cup of ketchup, then you got some sugar, lemon juice, wine vinegar, Worcestershire. How do you say that, Lance?
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire.
Hey, by the way,
it's
the
one of my
ketchup-
favorites: salt, ground mustard, paprika, turmeric, pepper, and canola oil.
The ketchup's the main ingredient.
Yeah,
because it goes first.
Well, no, because it's the
most of
biggest
it.
portion.
Yeah, 2/3 a cup.
How about
Excuse
that?
me, 2/3 a cup.
And
I
then
never have
Laura-
liked Catalina.
And then Laura said that the Thousand Islands is ketchup and mayonnaise, basically.
I don't hate Thousand Island.
I don't hate Thousand Island. I mean, it's redneck, but I like it.
I do remember. There's not a big difference between French and Catalina, is there?
Not much.
Yeah, because I remember when I was a kid, and we went to Lloyd's, and the little
That's the best part. You had a salad, and you
but
had a
Catalina was one of the choices.
Yeah, Catalina, Ranch,
and Thousand Island.
Thousand Island.
Yeah,
those were the two.
Those are the three, and the little I don't even know what to call it.
The little
carousel.
It was a carousel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little dressing carousel.
All right, before LT gets to trash and I give you a night with somebody, we'll tell you about our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing, Greg from Pell City. If you'd like a day with Greg from Pell City, it's free to you for a free no-cost roof inspection. All you have to do is call this number, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531 for a free no-cost roof inspection. You say, Jim, my roof's good, right? Why do I need a free no-cost roof inspection? Well, you may think your roof is good, but if you had a windstorm that maybe just all it takes is loosening a little shingle, one of them, and now you got a chance for water to leak into your roof. If you loosen 2 shingles, now you're doubling the chance for your water to get into. My goodness, if you've got 4 shingles loose, you're basically about to live under a waterfall. Why not get Greg from Pell City an opportunity to get up on your roof for free and give yourself a free no-cost roof inspection? 205-542-3531, or look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, 20-plus years locally owned. He and his wife own the company. They run the company. Greg's the guy that's going to talk to you. It's Greg from Pell City, 205-542-3531. A night with, how about a night with Quinn Ewers, Forrester? Show us what we get right here. On social media, there you see Quinn Ewers shooting us a bird while putting a football on top of the bird finger, is all I see in that. The guy who's going to quarterback QB1 for the Longhorns this year. You can get tickets for an evening with Quinn Ewers. So this isn't one person. It's a meet and greet coming up on July 22nd. Kids get in for $38.
That's a deal.
Adults get in for $283. VIP access is $2,312. Proceeds will benefit the nonprofit Merging Vets and Players.
Is that veterans or veterinarians, you think?
I think it's veterans of the U.S. military.
This is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen.
A night with Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a great charity. I don't know what they really do there. But it seems like a bold price point for the VIP. I don't know what all that gets me, but $2,300?
Well,
that's a lot.
I mean, again,
Forrester said, would you pay that much money to spend a night with Quinn Ewers? I said, if it's the Friday night before the Alabama game, hell yes. And I'll introduce him to the Rumble shots, and then it's free.
Yeah, you just pull him my way, and then I'll have some inside information on Bama the next day. I don't know how many guys would pay $2,300 for an evening with Jennifer Aniston.
Come back to me on that one. I'll need to count my pennies. By the way, that is exactly the way I shoot a bird, and he's putting a football on top of it. I think that's intentional.
Who's he flipping off that way? He's trying to
people that would pay that money.
He's trying to sell tickets to an evening with Quinn.
I think he's flipping off everything. I don't think anybody spins the football on their finger like that. That is exactly the way you shoot a bird. All right, let's do trash. Hit it, Rockstar.
Well, shit. What are y'all doing? This is awful. It's still March. How many days in March?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. The housing market has its ups and downs. Perfect home you've had your eye on may be harder to come by, but with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. Plus, you're going to know exactly how much home you can buy. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right standing by to help today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. I like this one, Rocky. So you guys get unknown numbers calling all the time, right?
Yeah, not as much as it used to, but yeah.
And you figure out it's probably a telemarketer.
Well, I mean, I just make that assumption.
I almost did the story yesterday. I like this.
One California man has decided to put an AI chatbot to waste the time of telemarketers. Now, it's ChatGPT-powered tool. Roger Anderson operates a subscription service called Jolly Roger. Several thousand customers pay him about $25 a year to use his product of, quote, mass distraction, according to the Wall Street Journal. Now, the goal is to keep the telemarketer or scammer on the line just to frustrate them and waste their time for trying to waste yours.
So, Brown, if you were a telemarketer, what could I be that could keep you on the phone that you think maybe you're going to get some good information from me?
Well, it depends on what I'm selling. Like, you could be a very wealthy person that's looking to invest. Oh, do I have a deal for you?
But if I'm old and rambling, you're probably like, if I keep this old man here long enough, I'm going to buy him.
Yeah.
That's one of the options, old rambling man.
Well, here's one of the interactions. A chatbot named Whitey picked up a call from a recorded female voice with a warning about a Bank of America account. When the chatbot Whitey said something back, the telemarketer call was transferred to a real person who tried to talk to the chatbot about credit card consolidation. Now, Anderson, the guy that operates the subscription service, told the Wall Street Journal that it sounded like the caller was fishing for financial information that could be used in identity theft. But the caller, who apparently didn't work for Bank of America, only got goofy responses that drug out the conversation. Wall Street Journal reports a particular call lasted over 6 minutes before the telemarketer gave up and hung up.
I saw this guy on TikTok that deals with these people that are trying to scam you out of money, and he pretends to be an old person, and he frustrates the heck out of them. He's like, now what do I type? And they're like, listen to me. I mean, they start yelling and cussing at him. Okay, I'll type that. No, don't type it right there. I mean, it is hilarious. And supposedly he's taking them for money. Like, he's some computer whiz, and he can log in and find where they are. And he's logged into like their security cameras before, and he'll start describing what they're doing, and it'll freak them out.
That is fantastic.
That's actually pretty funny if you got time to watch it.
That
of
is
course,
fantastic.
I got nothing but time.
So there used to be these things that I can't remember the guy's name, but I've heard the audio tapes before. He was a radio DJ somewhere. He would call people up and basically, get argumentative with them on the phone.
Yeah.
I was down at your shop the other day.
Oh, yeah.
And had a flat tire.
Oh, that's
it's like Ernest T.
Roy D. Mercer.
Roy D. Mercer, yeah. That's a Johnny Orr favorite. Roy D.
I
Mercer.
love those things.
And then the Jerky Boys took it to another level.
Yeah.
Right after that.
Yeah, Roy D. Mercer was great.
So Dunaway doesn't need much sleep. Brown sleeps like a rock. I had good sleep finally last night. I got about 7 hours of solid sleep after trivia.
My power went off last night and woke me up.
But how about this? Most people can't go an entire day without a few hours of sleep. But one Vietnamese man claims he spent the last 60 years wide awake without so much as a short nap.
Bull.
Yeah, I don't believe this.
Yep, I don't believe it either.
Oh, the end of the article is the best part.
Ty Nagak has been making news headlines in his home country for years now, ever since he was originally reported that he doesn't need any sleep to lead a happy, active life.
What's his name? Ty?
Ty. Yeah.
Ties up.
Nagak's family, including his wife, children, friend, and neighbors, insist that they have never seen the 80-year-old sleep, and he insists the complete lack of sleep has never affected him in a negative way.
No Ty for sleep.
Now, born in 1982, Ty claims that he came down with a severe fever at the age of 20, and even though he survived, it left him unable to sleep again, despite allegedly trying various medications, traditional folk remedies, and even ample quantities of alcohol. The Vietnamese man couldn't fall asleep. He kept hoping that his insomnia was temporary, but he claims that he has gone without sleep for 6 decades. Now, because Ty has never agreed to get properly tested and observed by sleep scientists, his claims and those people close to him are the only evidence to go by.
I've never seen him sleep.
Yep.
Good for me.
All right.
Let's move on.
Write the article.
Technically, I've never seen you sleep either, Rockstar.
I haven't slept in 15 years.
Boy, yeah, you pop him back up there, Scotty. You can make a wallet out of that guy's skin.
Oh, yeah.
But,
And
I
a
mean,
belt.
how old is
Yeah.
he? He hasn't slept in 6 years. I think he looks good, all
Okay.
things
No,
considered.
he looks good.
He's 80
He's
years
25.
old.
Yeah.
You think he puts sunblock on?
No, dude,
no, he does not.
is out in the sun all day. Look at him.
Hey, so we were talking about the billionaires yesterday and the richest people in the world. If I was one of those guys, I'd be like, here's what I'm going to do for you, and this is going to help your family out. I'm going to give you $1 million if you can make it 7 days with no sleep and let a specialist watch you.
That's right.
You can't do it.
Oh, there's a way you could do it, but he's claiming it's 60 years.
Yeah, I don't believe him.
So let's debunk him.
Yeah. The discussion on Get Up earlier, why you brought that up, was $1 million up front, or you get $20 million tax-free if you scored 15 points in an NBA game. Which would you take?
Oh, I took the million up front.
I'll
I
take the million up front.
zero chance I can score 15 in the NBA.
Yeah,
WNBA?
Especially if Kyrie Irving's on your team, you're not going to touch the ball.
Now, are we possibly playing the Hornets or the Pistons?
Better chances for you then?
Better chance, yeah. But I would take the million up front. This is a sad story. Alabama 8-year-old had his sights on Disney World, decided to open up a lemonade stand to get help.
Oh, no.
However, he and his mother received a surprising call that threw a wrench in their plans. Cam and his mother, Crystal Johnson, were contacted by the Alabama Labor Department over a complaint that the lemonade stand violated child labor laws.
I mean,
Oh,
come
bullshit.
on.
Who did this?
Quote, Crystal Johnson was on Fox and Friends First Thursday. Quote, needless to say, I was very shocked, saddened by the fact that anyone found wrong in what I was trying to do. I was trying to do a good thing, give back to my community, and to find out that someone insinuated that I was trying to labor minors, that was pretty sad. Now, the Alabama mother says while she does not know who reported her flyer or son's lemonade stand.
Oh, I do. It's some grumpy old white man on the street corner.
She's trying to stay positive. She went on to say the first thing that comes to mind is who could dislike us this much to go that far? But I just have no idea. But I'm sure that whomever did it is pretty regretful about now. Thank you, Crystal said in a message to whoever complained. Because of that person, it had the opposite effect of what they were trying to do. It propelled us even quicker in our endeavor. So I don't harbor any ill will. I thank them, and I hope they will have remorse for themselves for what they did. Now, it doesn't say here, I'm assuming he got a free trip to Disney because it doesn't say it here.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they're still going with it. Obviously, he's still going with Cam's Lemonade. Great logo.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's got marketing.
So
yeah, Tracy Wolfson enjoyed that during the 2010 football season.
Candy Cam juice.
I like
Cam juice.
The traditional lemonade better than the pink lemonade. But
Yeah.
that doesn't even look pink.
No, that looks like something else.
That looks like
elixir.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't drink that.
Well, I'd pay the kid
Yeah,
for
I'd pay
it.
the kid, yeah.
Exactly. I mean, do you ever, when you pay the kids in your neighborhood, do you ever really drink the lemonade? I don't.
No, I
Well,
don't. I just give them a donation.
Sometimes it's so hot and it just brings you back to your childhood days. Yeah, I'll swig
does.
one.
Now, a lot of times,
I buy two and I get in the car and I sit them there and I drive off and pour them out before I go in the house.
a lot of times they'll be selling Girl Scout cookies when those are in, and I'll buy a box of those.
Yeah.
You know, get a box of Samoas.
Yeah,
But they come
that's
sealed.
dangerous, though, because everybody's selling Girl Scout
That's a
cookies.
very good little bottling there. So I wonder if it was just like one of those little fruity places that sell juices.
And he just changed the
And
label.
they just put the label on there to try to help Cam out.
But I'll tell you what's also
I hope
like
Disney gave him a free trip.
the other day. day, so you have to get to in my neighborhood, to get to my house, you have to pass a park. And outside the park, there were some girls set up selling Kool-Aid. And I was in a huge hurry. And I just chose not to make eye contact.
No.
Jim, it's just awkward. I mean, I didn't have time to stop and give them money, but I can't look at them and wave like, hey, I'm not going to buy your...
Well, you didn't throw a banana peel out or apple core.
Yeah, I did not, Lance. No, I did not have my banana
I
yet.
thought this was an old D&B subject that you always stop and
I would
donate.
have loved to, but man, I was running late already. I had a lot
Leaving,
going on.
Going into the house or coming out?
No, I was leaving the neighborhood.
I've been in a hurry, seen somebody, in the neighborhood, broken down car, needs help, and I can't stop.
Yeah, I can't stop. I had to
That's
get somewhere. What's that different?
Yeah, because they can call somebody. You're not going to be able to help them fix the car. I
I
know
mean-
all of us up here. They've got a cell phone. They're going to be fine with the car. You've got time to pull over for a second and roll out there. Chances are good the God of the universe would have given you more green lights to make up for the time that you would have thrown a $5 spot at them. Yeah.
I can't believe you waste their lemonade.
Yeah, just
at least
don't take
Brown
the
just gives them a
lemonade. Yeah,
donation.
just give
I
them a
drink
donation.
it.
I'm like, I'm not thirsty. Here, just take a donation. They appreciate that.
A woman who found a footprint twice the size of a human's has been mocked by Bigfoot believers. Nothing like being mocked by Bigfoot believers. That looks
Really?
legitimate. I think that's Bigfoot's.
Yeah. What kind of insects have been biting that foot?
She's got some good feet too.
No, she doesn't.
Hey,
as the
the
foot
old hammer
connoisseur
toe.
here,
That's the first time I've ever. She's got the hydra toe in the middle.
What's going on with that toe?
it's
Jim?
webbed together.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But I've never seen the longest toe be the ring toe.
Yeah.
What's great is this is a possible picture of Bigfoot's footprint, and we're beating up the girl.
That's
with our
right. Don't
feet.
care.
There's a cigarette burn in the middle of her foot.
That's what I'm saying. I mean,
two of them.
This is why we'll never catch Bigfoot because we're caught up in the other things. No, that is one banged up foot. This is not a local.
I've
is it?
never seen the toe 2 and 3. I've never seen it do that.
No, I've seen 2 and 3 do that. I think Chico, our buddy's got that. I think he's got it on all toes, but I've never seen again the fourth toe be that long and
the
crooked.
big toe got stung by a bee.
Yep. And by the way, the big footprint, you can see the indentions of several hills as they've worked to get it to that size and shape.
look,
You'll pull back out. Look,
that always
there's
blown
a
it up.
hill. There's a hill. There's many feet on the side here, including extra toes there, trying to get that big foot out there like that.
Well, here's the thing: is it just one footprint?
Hey, and how about if Bigfoot's out? If Bigfoot's
hopping.
Yeah.
If Bigfoot's out walking on the beach, I think we're going to see him. I don't think we're
just skipping stones.
Well,
boring day.
this girl, Jeriska Rangiers, snapped the supersized print when she was walking on a beach.
I'm going to feel bad if she grew up in Chernobyl, and that's why her toes are that way.
She might have. She then posted
the name got you, did it?
the pic on a forum for Bigfoot believers on Facebook, which has more than 135,000 members. It is based in the U.S., in Texas. Now, they quickly slammed it as fake. One user said the image was, quote, fake as the day is long, while another said one of the worst fakes he'd ever seen. Whereas others believed the print was genuine and defended the picture as belonging to Sasquatch. Deriska defended her image, saying that she didn't fake the picture, but conceded it could be a gigantic human print.
That's a big dude.
I want to see where the other prints are.
Yeah. I'm with you. He didn't just land on that one foot.
Now, according to Columbus Parks Department in Columbus, Indiana, a dead octopus was found hanging out of a toilet in a bathroom.
Damn, the Red Wings suck now, don't they?
Don't go in there. My God.
That was
I'm
a
so
rough.
sorry.
That was a rough one.
Jeez.
It came out alive, fellas.
I'll
I
go
got the
again.
lip at least. I hit the lip.
Dang, the Red Wings suck now, don't they?
Report found by
no better.
Fox 59 cites the department's director, Mark Jones, who confirmed the animal was found in the bathroom. They went on to say it was dead when it was found, I guess so.
Yeah, you think?
So they were trying to get it to look like it crawled out of the sewer?
No, it looks like it had a rough night.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, I'm a bit traumatized by the mismatched seat and toilet, too, Rockstar.
I guess you wouldn't want a metal lid, but what about the lit cigarette that's thrown on the ground?
Yeah.
Looks like it's about 3
That
drags.
is exactly why I can't play road games. That right there.
It looks like the octopus has been sentenced to time in the state pen. That looks like the kind of toilet I would have
no
to use
doubt.
to in the jail.
They need Top Dog.
They do. Tough dog.
Tough dog.
TUFF dog.
Or Top Golf.
Yeah.
One of the
That
two.
is our 4 downs today. This hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Mortgage Right brings you the 4 Downs.
Yeah, our friends at Mortgage Right want to remind you buying a home is a major milestone in life. You need to get it right. And if you're a veteran looking for a VA loan, Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began. As a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being, they can help you find the best terms available, guide you through every single step of the process. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Give me a tie shot, Forrester. I'm going to read Gino's Vulcan Tire tweet here. Turn on my mic. We've got encroachment on the ring toe. That'll be 5-yard. Repeat first down. Back to
I've
the
never
full
seen
picture.
them.
We're back in a moment here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Maybe you're like me. You bought a house where you didn't like either the kitchen or the master bath, but you put off the renovation. Ryan Brown here from the next round. We decided to finally pull the trigger on that. My wife found Brad Bell, A-plus Tile Home Remodeling. I am so glad we did. His crew came out and did tremendous work in a clean and timely fashion, and we absolutely love the results. Call Brad Bell now, anywhere in Alabama, 205-422-1758. That's Brad Bell with A-plus Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from the next round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy lifestyle loans do not require collateral, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle Loans online at legacycreditunion.com, or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
Back with you on the next round as we approach the top of the hour. Rockstar has his non-sports related 4 downs in the final hour of the show coming up. By the way, no Atlanta Brave is in the home run derby. Does that make sense to anybody?
Well, they probably chose not to be.
You think they opted out? They were asked? I mean, why? I mean, if you got 8 All-Stars.
Well, I mean, Acuna, Albies, Olsen.
Why not somebody?
Yeah, I mean.
They got to be one of the more popular franchises in baseball right now, right?
Well, yeah, they always have been. I think Buster talked about TBS really helped them.
Oh, yeah, when they were America's
The fact that they're really good.
One more Braves note after their win yesterday, day off in Tampa tomorrow. After LT tells us again about Dr. B, the people that make his hair look fantastic.
Yeah, Dr. B, the best in the business. Make sure you check out t3hair.net for more information. Again, Dr. B, the guy I went to see when I started to thin out a little bit, be preemptive on this. Get ahead of it. Call 205-319-0316 or t3hair.net. Dr. B offers Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary, as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. Again, t3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
Jason Stark, who writes for The Athletic now, longtime baseball reporter, is making a case that Ronald Acuna is having the best leadoff season in Major League Baseball history.
Best season for a leadoff hitter?
Yes.
Is that what he's saying?
Best leadoff season ever.
As
far as better than Ricky Henderson, I mean, name the greatest leadoff.
Well, that was what I was going to do.
To me, it's Ricky Henderson.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think it's Ricky Henderson. And, I brought that stat up the other day.
Yeah, I got some numbers too. Acuna right now, 21 home runs, 41 steals, 46 extra base hits, 78 runs scored. Nobody's ever done that before the All-Star break, like you said the other day. He's got numbers that nobody's ever done before the All-Star break. And he's on his way to, we've had the 30 and 30 club, which is hard to get into. 30 home runs, 30 stolen bases.
Bonds, Griffey Jr.
He's on pace to become the first person ever in the 40-75 club. Jason Stark thinks Acuna could get 40 home runs, 75 stolen bases.
Well, if he stays healthy, he's getting the 75 stolen bases. The 40 home runs, I would lean that he would get that.
What really is great news for the Braves is that of the 78 runs he scored this year, 28 of them have been in the first innings. Exactly what you want from a leadoff hitter. So in 28 games, they've not made it out of the first inning without Acuna scoring.
Well, again, with those numbers and with the best team in baseball right now, how can you not make that argument?
The only one, and I can't find their batting order, but the one that jumped out immediately, did Brady Anderson not lead off for the Orioles that year? He hit 50 homers.
1 year?
51.
Yeah. I don't know that it was only 1 year he led off, but it was only 1 year he hit 50 homers. And I do think he was batting leadoff, if not all that year, most of that year for Baltimore.
I do remember him being a leadoff hitter as well.
I think PEDs were very much involved.
I don't think there's any doubt there were, but still the numbers are what they are. He hit 50 homers as a leadoff guy.
It was a different year for Brady. That year stuck out.
I don't think he ever had more than 20 homers in a season, other than that 1 year where he hit 50, and that's why everybody just thought something's got to be going on here. But to your point, and I don't know how many stolen bases Brady Anderson had. I know he played center field, so I'm sure he stole some bases. But what Acuna does from that leadoff position is, it's all it's historic. To Jason Stark's point,
what a table setter. Did you see Ellie De La Cruz yesterday when Dave Martinez of Browns Nationals questioned the little plastic nipple that he has on the bottom of his bat?
I had not heard it described as a nipple.
It is a sensor cover that they use in spring training that I believe works on bat speed and such like that. But he becomes so comfortable with it that without the sensor in it, he has kept it since 2021 on his bats. And Dave Martinez said, check the bat.
Yeah, and that worked out well, didn't it?
And they checked the bat.
Yep.
They made him take the nipple off.
Mm-hmm.
He popped up.
Yep.
They got the ruling from Major League Baseball. It took a while. By the time he comes back up, nipple can be put back on, the ump said. Nipple goes back on. He hits a home run 455 feet and then points to the nipple and says some curse words towards Dave Martinez.
I'll tell you, Acuna, best in the bigs right now, but watch out for this kid. 2 doubles, home run last night.
They'll find the hole in his swing at some point, won't they? Isn't that what normally happens?
Yeah,
normally.
Figure out how to pitch him.
Yeah.
But again, for him to already have 4 home runs, to be hitting 318, and just, with the speed, the way he's playing defensively, and the way the Reds are playing.
Yeah. It came up June 6th, hitting 318 in only 26 games, 11 steals, 14 runs scored, 4 home runs. Just a really exciting player to watch.
And they could win that division.
They could.
Excuse me. It is a wide open division with them and the Brewers and maybe the Cubs if the Cubs can figure it out.
Cubs and Brewers today at 1:10. A little day baseball for you there. No Buster today as usual. He'll be with us tomorrow. because of travel issues. We're at the top of the hour. A lot to do in the final hour of the show. This being brought to you in part by our friends at Tough Dog Garage. A couple of times already, but we'll tell you one more time about the folks at Tough Dog that changed Brown's Garage.
Lance says they need them on that bathroom floor in there.
I think they do.
Yeah, would you go in barefoot if they had Tough Dog?
I would, yeah,
Heck
absolutely.
Yeah, you wouldn't on that other floor,
No.
though, would you? Your garages, your basements, your pool surrounds. Boy, you tired of scorching your feet on that pool surround? Tough Dog can help you with that. Your basement just seemed like a dirty, nasty floor. Tough Dog can help you with that. Your garage, you got oil stains and all that, tough to clean. Not with Tough Dog. It is easy to clean. It looks amazing. It just basically makes your floor look better, feel better to the feet. It actually makes your basement and your garage space smell better. I know that sounds crazy, but it does. It changes the smell. It doesn't smell like dank and dirty and oily and gassy and exhaust fumes and all that. It doesn't smell like that anymore in my garage. It also exceeds OSHA ratings for anti-slip. It will not yellow in the sunlight. It will not crack or wear out like epoxy does. You pick the color of the base and the color of the flake, and it just changes your garage forever. Easy to clean. They back up their work. 15-year warranty. Scott is showing you before and afters in my garage. It has completely changed my garage. Call Tough Dog now. 205-947-3639. Even room for logos, as we talked about earlier, of your business, of maybe your favorite team. 205-947-3639 or toughdoggaragebefloors.com. That is TUFF, toughdoggaragebefloors.com.
All right, we'll continue on. Champy's Chicken bringing you this hour of the show. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. When we come back, I think Connor O'Gara, I think he put a bow on our discussion about Jimbo Fisher today at Saturday Down South. Connor O'Gara, I think, makes Lance Taylor smile on a graphic that he put together that could indict Jimbo Fisher forever at Texas A&M. That is next on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Summer is here. School is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Back with you on the Next Round, final hour of the show. Rockstar has his 4 downs today, non-sports related, coming up around 12:35. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar and Tyler, Forrester and Lunsford, Taylor Korn for one more day today before she takes the rest of the week off. It's been a 2-day work week for Little T. Only 3 for us. Short weeks. Do y'all like short weeks, or do you feel like you're always playing catch up?
Do I like short weeks?
Yeah, I like
Who
short
doesn't
weeks
like
a
a
lot.
short week?
She's missing Friday and taking the rest of the week off.
I know.
Well, I mean,
Wait a minute,
she did take Monday and Tuesday off too with the rest of us.
I love a short work week.
Yeah, I do
You
too.
don't?
I
No.
do too. But it does feel like sometimes you get a little out of whack. Like
Nah.
it surprised me that it was trivia last night at Odie's.
Oh, yeah. As far as the days and things like that. And then I get a little out of whack on the sports, too, a little bit. More so this time of year.
Well, there's nothing going on right now.
To your point, though, like on Tuesday night, I was turning on trying to find Sunday Night Baseball where Buster was.
Right.
And it was Tuesday night. It took me a little bit to figure out, why is Sunday Night Baseball on?
Well, it's Tuesday,
Because
Jim.
it's Tuesday.
Yeah. It is a weird feeling. I would agree 100% with you.
All right. This hour being brought to you in part by our friends at Gutter Cap. And then thanks to our friend Connor O'Gara, I think I'll make Lance smile here.
Gutter Cap, a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. You will never have to clean those gutters out again. You work all week. The last thing you want to do, especially in this heat, is get the dangerous ladder out and get on that roof. Call 205-823-2212. Chris Stewart will come out, give you an absolutely free estimate. Been in business for more than 2 decades. Cap it, don't snap it. 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Brian Kelly, Jim McElwain, Gus Malzahn, and Les Miles.
They've never been in my kitchen.
All 4 of them did something that no one else has done. With a little asterisk. But I'll give you a little asterisk
If
there.
you had shared those names out of context, I would not have guessed this, but
Yeah.
I'm going to guess they all coached in the SEC championship game in their first year.
Their first year. 2022, Brian Kelly. 2015, Jim McElwain at Florida. 2013, Gus Malzahn at Auburn. And 2005, Les Miles at LSU. All got there in their first year. Now, obviously, in the first year of the SEC, Gene Stallings, got there with Steve Spurrier. They got there. Terry Bowden got there his first year coaching at Auburn. Would have if they had not been on probation.
That's right. They could not go.
So these are a list of when coaches have made it to the SEC championship game. Those guys went in their first year, 4 of them. In their second year, Kirby Smart, Pinkel at Missouri, Chiswick at Auburn, Saban in Tuscaloosa, Saban in Baton Rouge, Urban in Gainesville, Richt in Georgia, and Tuberville at Auburn. all went in their second year.
Yeah, can I just say doing it in your second year is far more indicative of future success than doing it in your first year.
Yeah. Like, for instance,
based on those 2 groups.
Like Les Miles. He
didn't win a national championship.
But he inherited something when he got there.
And eventually got fired.
Yeah. I mean,
McElwain's the outlier.
McElwain got fired. Gus, got fired. I mean,
in their third year, Dan Mullen, Ed Orgeron, Mike Dubose, and Danny Ford at Arkansas.
Yeah, that group does nothing for me.
Oh, wow.
In the third year.
Danny Ford feasted on, was Alabama on probation or they were down? I mean, it's just a down west. Mike DeBose was so far out of his league as an SEC head coach, it's not even funny. It was one of the dumbest hires Alabama ever made back when they had to hire one of Bears' boys.
Sean Alexander coached them to the SEC championship.
Danny Ford's, he's a good football coach, obviously. He's won a national championship. Who are the other ones? Dan Mullen?
Mullen, Orgeron, Dubose, and Ford.
Yeah.
All went in their third year.
I mean, Orgeron, obviously.
Nobody did it in their fourth year. Their fifth year, Houston Nutt and Philip Fulmer. In their sixth year, Spurrier, who did it in the first year of the game at Florida, but he did it in his sixth year at South Carolina. Nobody did it in their seventh year, and Jackie Sherrill did it in his eighth year at Mississippi State. And then nobody has done it in their ninth year or after.
Because guess what? You're not giving 9 years or after if you haven't gotten there.
So Connor's point is 80% of the coaches who have coached in the SEC championship game have done it in their first 3 years at a job. You see where I'm going with this?
Oh, yeah.
So Connor's point at Saturday Down South, you can read the whole story, is that if you have not made it to Atlanta in your first 3 years, there's a chance you may never do it. Odds would say you're not going to do it. 80% of the coaches have gotten it done in their first 3 years. Nutt and Fulmer did it in their fifth. Spurrier at South Carolina did it in his sixth. Jackie at Mississippi State did it in his eighth. Everyone else has done it in the first 3 years or before of the coaches that have coached in the SEC championship game.
So let's look
Other
at
than Terry Bowden, who should have been there in 93, which would have been his first year.
Right,
so you
right.
got to count that as his first year. And then you take Beebs and Spurrier off the list at Alabama and Auburn but even, for Beebs and Spurrier, that was early in their tenure in 1992 at Alabama and Auburn and Florida.
Heupel and Beamer going into year 3. I don't see either one of those guys. You got this?
I've got the list, yeah. Eli Drinkowitz is outside the 3-year window at 4.
Yeah, don't think he's ever.
Yeah, I am fine saying he'll never make it.
Kiffin has slid into the outside the window. This is his 4th year.
Don't think he'll ever make it.
Never make it.
Pittman has slid into his 4th year now.
He too will never make it.
Not making it.
Mark Stoops has slid into his 11th year.
Yeah.
Great job.
Done a nice job. He'll never be in Atlanta.
And then there's Jimbo Fisher into his 6th year.
Again, I don't think he'll ever do it.
I mean, he's got the best chance anybody you named.
Like if he goes this year, he has just equaled what Spurrier did at South freaking Carolina. And then we know everything that had to fall right for Jackie to get there in year 8. And then what goes away, to y'all's point all the time, all of this has happened when we've had what? Divisions.
And then, like I said, with Danny Ford, and Jackie Sherrill, they kind of feasted on a down division.
Right. Now all of a sudden, and McElwain too. Let's
McElwain
be
did
fair
it
to
Florida.
the Eastern coaches.
No, you're right. There's some guys that did it. Gary Pinkel.
So if Jimbo doesn't do it this year, he's going to not only have to go against the odds, he can't get the benefit of having a weak division to sneak into Atlanta. You'll have to be one of the 2 best teams. Connor's point is odds are against Jimbo Fisher, if not this year, to ever get him to the SEC
I agree
championship
completely.
game.
Yeah, but I do think this year they've got an outside shot. I mean, I think they could be one of the surprise teams in college football.
You softening on Jimbo has not been a good look for you.
Well, I'm not it's not Jimbo. It's more
Petrino,
yeah,
Bobby P.
Look, he's finally backed up and said, look, the offense is yours. And this is what he should have done years ago.
Everybody in the Vulcan Tire and chat room saw this coming the day Bobby Petrino was announced, that it was be the conflict of one of your great
it's going to be the intersection. Yep.
Yeah. There's a barbecue place here that serves a half moon cookie.
Okay,
half in chocolate, half in nut. That is best Petrino and Jimbo Fisher for you.
This will be, now, sans Lamar Jackson, Bobby Petrino, the talent he had at receiver at Arkansas, the talent he had at quarterback, he's going to have, maybe not a Tyler Wilson or a Ryan Mallett and Connor Wigman, but I think Wigman's going to be good. And those receivers, they're stacked.
Did you find that interesting? The Connor breakdown?
I mean, it's an interesting breakdown. I'd never heard it laid out like that, but none of it surprises me.
I think year 2 is where it's at, though. I mean, that's where you find probably of the SEC championship game era, your best set of coaches is guys that have done it in year 2.
I think traditionally year 2 for coaches that are going to have a lot of success in college football, they get it done in year 2.
Yeah, there's something about, and I don't know that I'm going to be able to back this up with numbers. I can give you some examples. You could probably give me examples of the opposite. But I'm a little bit suspicious of guys that come in and have immediate year 1 success. I know that's counterintuitive, right?
What about Brian Kelly?
I said you're going to be able to give me some guys that are different, but Terry Bowden, year 1's the best it ever got for him. He was never able to back that up. He was okay in year 2.
When was it? 97. He went back to Atlanta. Is that
did,
right?
But that was, I think, a 3-loss team, if memory serves. And he had the one tie. He was undefeated with the tie going into the Iron Bowl the next year. That was his first loss. It took him 2 years to lose a game. Gus just never was able to recapture that. He had that year one, and it was never the same with Gus again. I can give you a bunch of, it's going to be that we're going to say this about Sonny Dykes. Y'all know we're going to say this about Sonny Dykes. He'll never be back to that level again. Sonny Dykes will never come close to doing again at TCU what he did this year, ever. I mean,
do we share an agent?
No, we used to.
We used to. Okay,
Yeah.
He'll never ever be back.
But I've said it before. Year two, you saw what Saban did. Year two, you saw what Urban Meyer did.
I believe in those more. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just history that tells me that.
Saban did it in year two different
both places.
Yeah.
Spurrier virtually, he got it done in both places too, but not as fast.
But Jimmy Johnson, he went from single digits in Miami to double digits in year two. Pete Carroll went from a 6-6 to winning the Orange Bowl in year two.
Urban's second year in Gainesville.
Won national championship.
And then got to Ohio State and unbeaten the first year, but I think they couldn't go to the postseason, right?
Yeah, I think they were still. He took over for Luke Fickell, and I think they were still on the tattoo gate probation.
Even Mark Richt, second year, got him there.
That's what I feel like I trust those guys more, and maybe it's just history that makes me do that.
Let's do this. Of those coaches, if they would have taken over A&M when Jimbo did, how many of those coaches have been to an SEC championship game?
Well, I mean, I know Saban would have been.
Well, Kirby and Saban for sure.
And Urban Meyer.
for sure.
I think Brian Kelly, if you gave him as many years.
If you go to the first year guys, Brian Kelly probably.
Can we go 5 deep? Is there a fifth? Spurrier.
Spurrier, yeah.
Richt, maybe. I mean, I wouldn't discount Richt.
I feel good with those 5.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Yeah, you give those 5 the job for how long? We give them 5 years now.
Yeah,
you give them the job for 5 years.
I'm not kissing Connor O'Gara's butt here because he's probably not listening at this moment. And he's not on the show. I just thought it was a good breakdown, put into a nutshell of what guys like Jimbo Fisher are facing to. Once it doesn't happen for you quickly, like it did for Brian Kelly, that as Connor puts in his story, there's sort of a born-on date for you, a date on the label that you could become sour in the old fridge there and need to be tossed out, and that's where we're starting to get to with Jimbo Fisher.
But I'll tell you something else though that the expansion of the conference is going to do. So as good as Georgia is right now, the concern if you're a Tennessee fan. Or the concern if you're Josh Heupel or Billy Napier is that I've got the best program in the country in my division. And I'm probably going to get fired if I don't go to Atlanta within the first 4 or 5 years of my job. But I got to figure out a way to get past Georgia. You lose that when you eliminate the divisions. Like, you may still have to play Georgia.
And the same with a guy like Hugh Freeze. Like, I think Hugh Freeze is a hell of a coach. But, again, for Auburn to be able to get there, you don't expect it's going to happen in year one.
No.
Year two, you've got Texas and Oklahoma.
But I don't know what the clock would be for Hugh Freeze at Auburn. If he hasn't gone to Atlanta by year whatever, is his job in jeopardy?
Yeah, because now it's not just you got to be better in Alabama and LSU and Texas A&M in the West. Now you also factor in Georgia to eat up one of those spots.
You do, but also just because I lose to a West team doesn't – like right now, if Auburn loses, say, to LSU, well, it's a hard road for Auburn. I mean, they got to have a lot happen.
Then LSU has to lose twice.
LSU's got to lose twice.
Yeah.
That's right. I can't end tied with LSU. I need them to lose twice. I got to become a big Alabama fan, and I got to beat Alabama. A little bit of that goes out the window. All of a sudden now, I don't need LSU to lose twice. I just got to be better than whoever's second.
One more note in this segment after LT tells us again about the great folks at Hemp Hill Services.
Yeah, again, summer weather is here. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services offering that 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty. When you mention the next round, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. Call now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
And an excellent point by VolFan205 in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room there is all of a sudden now you're going to have coaches that don't make the championship game that are in the playoffs.
Yeah, not in the SEC championship game, but in the college football playoffs.
Yeah, and that is going to mitigate them missing Atlanta. So I'm like, I mean, use Lane Kiffin there. Lane Kiffin would have been in the playoffs 2 years ago when they were 10-2.
That's right.
Like,
Jimbo Fisher would have likely been there, 12-team playoff during the pandemic.
In the 2020 year, no doubt. Yeah. And now, all of a sudden, if I'm an A&M fan, say Jimbo has twice in 7 years gone to the playoffs, but he's never made Atlanta, I might can stomach that one.
Oh, yeah. No, all of a sudden.
Especially if he goes and wins a game or two.
All of a sudden, making Atlanta doesn't matter. It's about making the 12. Like, all due respect to Nate Oates and winning the SEC regular season and tournament championship.
He's done that
That's
twice
great.
now.
Yeah, that's great. It's a banner and everything. But it's about the NCAA tournament,
That's
what you
right.
do in the NCAA tournament.
Well, and it almost is like if you're a wild card team in the NFL, you didn't win your division. Nobody really cares.
That's right. You're
it's
in the
about
playoffs.
what you do with the playoffs.
Yeah. How many playoff games are we going to win?
No. Occasionally, if I'm a fan, I'm like, I'd kind of like to be in that 4 so I get a bye, or I'd at least like to get a home game out of the playoffs.
Right.
Let's do that. But yeah, I'm not going to worry that you haven't gone to Atlanta.
Right. That's right. Going to Atlanta really becomes a moot point.
It
after
really
this
does.
year.
Yep.
All right. Storm Restoration Roofing bringing you the show. Rockstar still to come on the 4 Downs. One other interesting. It'll be an Ole Miss discussion when we come back about Lane Kiffin one more time before we get done with Ole Miss today. They're number 19 in our 40 and 40 countdown. Number 1 when it comes to repairing your roof or making sure that your roof is still protecting your home is Storm Restoration Roofing, A+ rated with the Better Bureau. That is Greg Nelson. And Greg from Pell City, as he's known as well on Facebook. You can look him up there. Storm Restoration Roofing. Get that free no-cost roof inspection, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. He and his wife own the company. They run it. They do this free no-cost roof inspection because they know that down the road you'll fall in love with their customer service, and when it comes time to repair your roof, maybe that's 3 years, 5 years, 7 years down the road, you'll remember what a great businessman, what a trustworthy guy, what a great experience you had with Storm Restoration Roofing, and you will call them back. 205-542-3531 for that free no-cost roof inspection. Or look him up, Greg from Pell City on Facebook. If you ever need that information, just hit me up on any of the social media platforms, including Threads, and I'll pass it along to you. It is Storm Restoration Roofing.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Tough Dog Garage Floors is a leading provider of high-quality garage floor coatings. Jared and his team specialize in the installation of polyasparatic flake garage floors. This is good for residential and commercial clients. Garage floors, concrete flooring, basement coatings, flake flooring, patio coatings, driveway coatings, pool deck coatings, and more. From get-togethers to oil changes, your garage experience will change forever. TUFF, Tough Dog, GarageFloors.com, or call 205-273-8813. If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years. Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
friends at Way to Wellness, love those folks over there. Leslie, her board-certified team. By the way, she loves sports, too. She's sort of good friends and family with Bruce Arians, so we've had some great conversations about the Buccaneers back when he was the head coach, Super Bowl champion coach back in the day. She loves college football, too. You can swing by Way to Wellness if you want to, just to talk football. But while you're there, talk to her about jump-starting that weight loss. 187 today. That's the year low for me, 187. Brown may take me for a historic burger today.
Well, I got to feed you. You didn't get dinner last night, I've heard.
187 today. But weight loss isn't why I'm with Way to Wellness. It's about my blood pressure and my cholesterol. I want to live to do this show all the way to all the games that we've planned out in the future, 2036. I want Brown to be plugging up wires on road trips all the way through 2036 college football season. So I had to get my blood pressure and cholesterol in check to see those games, Brownie.
That's my last year on the show, by the way.
It is 2036?
Yep, 13 years.
All right, so there you go, 2036. I got to make it to the Browns' last show. It would be the happiest day of my life. And Way to Wellness is going to get me there. No contracts, no cookie-cutter plan. Everything's different. Planforme.com, planforme.com. It's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. We touched on this earlier with Neal, and he said that through his reporting, he believes that Lane Kiffin thinks Hugh Freeze was the guy that leaked the story that he was taking the Auburn job.
That'd be a baller move.
That made you're right. It's playing chess, right?
Yep.
If I leak this going into the Mississippi State game, then this guy's got to react to that, and he probably will end up pissing down his leg and staying at Ole Miss, allowing me to get to the job that I want to get to.
And Hugh would have the necessary contacts to make this happen. I mean, you got to think about that, too. Hugh knows everybody in Oxford.
Who does represent Hugh?
I think Jimmy Sexton. He's a Jimmy Sexton guy, and I think Lane is, too, which is interesting there. I'm pretty certain Lane is. I think they're both Jimmy Sexton guys.
But it was a guy who primarily covers Mississippi State, but covers all Mississippi sports that the information was leaked to.
Yeah.
And we on the show talked about maybe it was Cohen from his days at Mississippi State who had a relationship with this guy, that maybe the Auburn AD was leaking it out, which gave a lot of validity to that guy's report, in my opinion, because I was like, well, that's just the old AD with a buddy in the media in Starkville there, just feeding him a little nugget here.
I mean, the amazing thing is, what were the percentage of people that believed Kiffin was going to Auburn?
Well, I think it was quite high. But I think what Hugh Freeze knew was, I'm playing with house money here. Liberty is not going this is not going to create any issue at all for me at Liberty. Liberty knows the situation here.
At that moment in history, they had a bigger issue with the guy who used to be the chancellor.
Oh, Jerry Falwell. Yeah, but even beyond that, though, Liberty was not going to say, hey, you pick us or you pick Auburn. Liberty was like, man, we've got a head coach that could get the Auburn job. I mean, this is huge for us. Yeah, he's got us in places we never thought we would be. So Hugh was playing with house money. It was a tricky situation for Lane Kiffin because Kiffin, that clock was going to run out on him at some point. He couldn't string both schools along indefinitely.
And oh, by the way, as that story broke, they got their ass kicked by Arkansas.
Right, and then got embarrassed in the second half against Mississippi State.
Yeah, and again finished the season 1-5.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bad ending for him.
Go listen to our Neal McCready interview earlier, wherever you get our podcast today. But you know, he made the point. He's like, it's 42-6, and we were all discussing that they should wave the white flag. You're not coming back in the SEC down 42-6. You need to start thinking about Thursday night's game just 5 days from now, and he didn't do that.
And I don't know if you remember this. As that story was kind of percolating, we were sitting next to Greg Burns' booth in Tuscaloosa for the Iron Bowl, right? The Egg Bowl had been Thursday night, the Iron Bowl, and who was sitting in Greg Burns' booth?
Jimmy Sexton.
Except that Jimmy Sexton spent very little time in that booth. Jimmy Sexton spent a lot of time out in the hallway on his cell phone, and occasionally a national member of the media walking up and talking to him. And Dunaway and I were laughing like Jimmy Sexton can't even watch the Iron Bowl because he's having to police this Hugh Freeze, Lane Kiffin rumor situation.
Yeah,
representing both those guys.
Exactly, and there was no doubt he was probably working the deal for Hugh Freeze at that point. But that becomes
or working the deal at Ole Miss for Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Look, he's a master at doing this, but the conflict of interest we've talked about before, it's amazing he's able to balance it.
It really is. I mean, that is a tricky situation, isn't it?
What and I've got something for Lunsford as soon as we're done with this topic here. But what What I think is interesting is when they play each other this year, and when do they play each other? It's earlier in the year, right? Ole Miss and Auburn, or is it later in the year than usual?
Yeah, I think it's late October, early November.
Didn't it used to be around Halloween, usually Ole Miss, Auburn?
Yeah, Ole Miss, they play the 21st, Saturday, October 21st.
Okay, and it's in Jordan-Hare, right?
It is in Jordan-Hare.
And I brought this up with Neal, and he's like, I don't know about the fans, but this game will be, what did he say, circled, asterisks, italicized box for Hugh Freeze.
Yep.
And probably more important for Lane Kiffin.
Well, this is
well, this year it is.
Yeah.
Because if Hugh knocks him off year one.
Well, and it comes at a tricky time in the schedule for Ole Miss, because even if they do start 3-0, if they happen to beat Tulane and Georgia Tech, which I imagine they will, their next three are at Alabama, hosting LSU, hosting Arkansas. I mean,
those could be 3 losses.
Could easily be 3 losses, and I think, Lance, even the most optimistic people would say you're probably 1-2 in that 3-game stretch.
I think they're going to be 4-2 when they roll into Jordan-Hare, but I actually think Auburn's going to be favored in that game.
And Charlie, right here, as an Auburn fan, this is the second game I want to win the most behind Alabama.
Ooh, I'd rather beat Georgia.
I just think Lane Kiffin, I think he ruffled a few feathers, and I think Charlie knows how important.
I get it, but Charlie also realizes if Auburn beats both Georgia and Alabama, they got a hell of a team.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Well, but here's the
and
thing.
Ole Miss is afterthought. You probably beat Ole Miss, too, if you can beat Georgia and Alabama.
And where that game falls, we just talked about it. Could be a 0-3, 1-2 stretch for Ole Miss right there, which would make them a pretty desperate team. Auburn, too. I mean, their 4-game stretch there is at A&M, hosting Georgia, bye week at LSU before Ole Miss comes to town. I mean, that's easily an 0-3 for Auburn right there, potentially. Could be a 1-2. I mean, if it's a 2-1, Hugh Freeze has done a phenomenal job.
Well, I mean, both those teams could be on the skid.
That's what I'm saying.
It could be an SEC Network primetime game.
Well, it's a very desperate game for both teams at that point. Storyline aside, between Freeze and his history at Ole Miss, or Freeze and Kiffin, if they do have any bad blood, all that aside, that could just be 2 desperate teams looking for an important win.
That's something I hope we do when we get to this next TV contract in 2024. I know it's not going to be the main game, right? But I wish we would make that SEC Network, that Tom Hart, Cole, whoever is going to replace Jordan Rodgers, unless Jordan stays there. I like that broadcast. I wish they would.
Give them a better game?
Give them a better game every week. An SEC game, obviously, but a better game every week.
Well, but the difference being is right now your best SEC game, in theory, is 2:30. And there are going to be a lot of times where your best SEC game is going to be going head-to-head with that one.
It'll be prime time.
It'll be prime time on ABC or ESPN now. So now you've got a prime time. I think you're more likely to get more Kentucky Vandies.
But in the future, why? I mean, the third best game of the day in the SEC, why can it not be opposite of the best game? Or even the fourth best. If it's the fourth best game
I can't
in the
tell
SEC.
you how often or how infrequently I hear, and I hate to say this because I like all the guys involved in that broadcast.
I know what you're about to say.
I don't really know Jordan Rodgers. I like Cole. I like Tom Hart a lot.
Me too. And I know what you're about to say. Because I'm the same way.
I almost never hear that telecast. It's on one of my screens, but it's never my main screen.
It's never the audio, but I've always got him. And I love the way Tom Hart calls a game.
I know Tom's very good at what he does, but I almost never hear that game. I did this year for Auburn, Texas A&M. I remember listening to a lot of it for Auburn, Texas A&M.
And thinking, God, I wish I could hear Tom Hart call the games more.
But I almost never, ever hear that game.
Me too. Me too. Entertaining crew. All right. Our friends at Johnston RV can get you out entertaining and enjoying the summer still with some great deals at johnstonrvcenter.com.
Absolutely there are. Make it a sweet southern summer with a new or used RV from Johnston RV Center. New travel trailers start at just $139 a month. If you do the math on that, that is less than $5 a day. Ask yourself, is it $5 a day? Is it worth that for me to have great travels this summer? Of course it is. Fifth Wheels 2023s from just $439 a month. Lifetime warranty on all new campers and used campers under 2 years old or newer, so they stand by their product. And like us, they sure do appreciate you, people that have served in the military. So active duty and retired military get great discounts there at Johnston RV. Just ask them about those discounts. You can do that in person, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and always online, johnstonrvcenter.com. That is johnstonrvcenter.com.
Chase, the answer is no. Enjoyed him a lot. All right, let's go Lunsford's mic, please. A toy collector is putting some 1,500 pieces of Disneyland, not Disney World, memorabilia from his private collection up for auction. It even includes trash cans from the parks, which are expected to fetch between $5,000 and $6,000 each. You wouldn't buy a trash can from Disneyland, right? Are they some special looking can?
The trash can is.
What else? Say it again.
Depends how intricate it is.
Yeah,
There's like
if
a
it's
lot
got
of like
logos and stuff.
like logos and like cool like ironwork around it and everything. Then I may.
Okay.
And it would have to. I don't think it's one of the Rubbermaids.
Yeah, exactly. Other items in the auction include a restored Dumbo ride vehicle. So the Dumbo that you would ride in at the kid part of the Disneyland.
Yeah.
So it's one of those. Would you buy that?
Don't really have any place to put it, so no.
If you
I
had a
don't like Dumbo either, so no.
Okay. It would be sort of a cool place. I mean, we've got the Lego chair. Imagine that being the
Well, it's better
Dumbo
than
chair.
that.
You could sit in the Dumbo chair.
Zero chance.
3 1980s animatronics from Magic Kingdom's Enchanted Tiki Room. Nope.
No.
A car from the Barnstormer roller coaster ride at Goofy's Wiseacre Farm.
I don't know.
What does he grow on his farm?
Anybody would want this shit.
Wiseacres.
Nope, you wouldn't buy that?
A Wiseacre Farm.
So
Anybody
none of-
ever call you a Wiseacre Rockstar?
No, they haven't, but I wouldn't have a farm. Glory.
6,000 items this guy has. So what did he do? Just sit outside of the dumpster when they
sounds
remodeled
like
the
it.
park? All right. He's expected to raise $1 million.
I mean, how would he move all this stuff?
If he has a haunted mansion,
Where's he
like
keep
little buggy, I would take that. That's about it.
Yeah.
Some items start at $50, and some will go as high as $300,000 a piece, according to the Orlando Sentinel.
Yeah, good luck.
And this is from Disneyland, not World.
Yeah, Disneyland, not Disney World. Interesting. I just wanted to get our Disney expert, Lunsford, in on that. The Dumbo car, I thought you'd be all in.
I don't really like Dumbo. It's overrated.
All right.
Tim Burton was awful.
I've never heard of that roller coaster. Is that Disneyland only, or do they have Goofy's
Wiseacre, Jim.
Wiseacre
Goofy's
roller
Wise
coaster?
Ass in Orlando is much better.
All right, Rockstar's 4 Downs. When we come back on TNR, brought to you in part today by our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Our friends at Bud Light.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number 1, your yard looks the best it can. And number 2, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES1.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Hey, congratulations to Jim Wells. Remember that name?
Oh, yeah. Alabama baseball coach.
Yeah. Alabama baseball coach. There's Jim.
Last time they were good for an extended period of time.
That's right. He's going to the American Baseball Coaches Association Hall of Fame 2024 class. I think some people watching may forget how good Alabama baseball was for a brief period of time. In 96, 97, and 99, 3 or 4 years, they were in the College World Series in Omaha.
And had a chance to win it.
Roberto Vaz was the stud,
old catcher.
Right?
Yeah.
6 SEC tournament championships. And here's one that'll blow you away, especially you LSU fans who are watching us in New Orleans or Baton Rouge. Jim Wells' 6 SEC tournament championship ties Paul Maneri and Skip Burtman at 6 with the most tournament wins in the history of the tournament.
Wow.
Of the SEC tournament. So Jim Wells, now the 90s are a long time ago now, but that's where Alabama baseball was for a decade back in the 90s. And that was back when LSU was dang good too, right? With Skip Burtman.
Gosh, yes, because LSU's who beat them.
It was.
In the championship. Do you remember?
One year Miami beat them.
Yeah. Do you remember, and I'm not going to remember the entire situation here, but they were just completely out of pitching at the SEC tournament, and he basically started some position player, and the kid went like 7 1/3 shutout innings or something.
That's what they would do in Hoover, right? That's how they won 6 in a row. They'd get there, and somebody who rarely pitched would have a magical game or something.
Yeah, and at some point in that game, I think they were playing LSU. Maybe it was Berman, I don't know, but the coach looked across the field at Wells in dugout. So as this kid's just dealing, and Wells just holds his head out like it's surprising me too, man. I don't know what's going on here.
Our friends at Bromberg's bringing you part of the show today. Before we get to Rockstar's 4 Downs, tell us about Bromberg's.
Yeah, they got a big sale coming up, the Market Day sale. It's going to be at the Mountain Brook location only. Remember, they do have 2 locations. They've got Mountain Brook and the Summit, but this is the Mountain Brook for the first half of the month, July 13th through the 15th. You can save 20 to 75% off select jewelry, watches, giftware. Only at the Mountain Brook store. They're going to be opening early on Saturday at 8:30 a.m. Shop early for the best selection. For more information, stop in and see the diamond specialist at Bromberg's or go online, brombergs.com.
All right. We've already told you about Slice earlier in the show. Great place to go to lunch. They bring us 4 Downs. So we did 4 earlier with LT, 4 bonus ones. Actually, we did 6 earlier with LT. So 4 more bonus ones now with Rockstar non-sports. What you got, Rocky?
First down.
What is very hard to get and very easy to lose?
Good relationship.
Yeah, I was going to say love. True love.
Both of y'all went love and relationship, huh?
Yeah.
Very hard to get. Very easy to lose.
Fine line between love and hate.
Would you say a lot of money would fall into this?
Yes.
I didn't just say money, but a lot of money. Like
I would say a good job.
Yep.
I mean, it's easy to lose a job. Yeah. Very hard to get a good job.
Sometimes, though, and I haven't worked a ton of jobs, thank God, but sometimes I've heard of this, and I've seen it at times in my career. Seems like the people that work the hardest are often the ones that lose their job the first.
Yep.
And it seems like the people that kind of loaf and just hang around somehow manage to survive.
Stay under the radar.
Yeah.
Jody hurting the age of our listening and viewers. Thank you, Jody, for that.
That's a good answer.
There is some mad for that, though, I'm sure.
Yeah. Rockstar, I'd say I'd also say a good buzz. The perfect buzz.
Is hard to get?
Hard to get and easy to lose. I mean, that sweet spot.
Boy, Dwayne's got a really good one.
All we got to do is give you a beer.
Yeah.
But it can go away quickly, or it can go too far quickly for me. that sweet spot is tough.
Dwayne's spot on trust. Yeah, very
Dwayne.
hard to earn trust, and you can lose it very, very quickly.
Dwayne, where
Never
do you
get it
work?
back.
The freaking Fortune Company cookie
Never
place?
get it back. That's a good one
Fortune
right there.
Company Cookie Place.
Yes.
Incorporated.
Yeah.
LLC.
Patent pending.
Buddha's Big Cookies.
Second down.
What is the worst food to get hit with in a food fight?
It's got to be a pineapple.
Swordfish would be rough.
Yeah, well, if it's thrown the right way.
Pineapple's a good one. I think just a potato, not mashed, not baked, just a raw potato hurts.
I was
The
asking my
Rock.
wife these last night, and she immediately said apple, and I was like, really? But she was like, just imagine getting a hit full throw with an apple.
Okay, so that cutie that I threw in the Jock Studios that day, if that hit somebody in the skull,
orange is softer than an apple.
Yeah, I would tell you we used to, and I don't know if these are real things, but we used to call them crab apples. And they would grow in a tree, and they were really small, and they would fall off the tree, or we'd pull them off the tree green, and we would have crab apple battles, throwing crab apples at each other. And the rule was supposed to be no hitting in the head, but, I mean, we were a bunch of 10, 11, 12-year-olds. Our aim wasn't great. You could catch one pretty hard.
Sauerkraut was my answer, and this was on top of my mind because we went to some friend's house on the 4th, and he had done some brats. He'd done burgers and brats. And I said, do you have sauerkraut, or do I need to bring it? He goes, I'll get my wife to get it. So they got sauerkraut, and his kids had never had sauerkraut. Now, my kids have, maybe my oldest has eaten it. I know my youngest hasn't.
I'm a fan. That's the only thing I would eat it with, though.
Makes my wife gag. She cannot even stand the smell of it.
No, there was a dish my wife cooked one time.
Bangers and mash?
It was kraut and something.
Lady Maggie.
But it was kraut and something. It had potatoes in it. It had onions, kraut, and some kind of meat.
Probably
corned beef, maybe.
Corned beef and hash? Is what you're thinking of, maybe?
Yeah, I told you.
I like sauerkraut.
I do, too.
I want it to be thrown at me.
I like it on a hot dog, that's it.
I watched Layer Cake, Daniel Craig, and when that dude gets beaten down and he pours the coffee on him, the hot coffee. Hot coffee would be bad in a food fight.
It would be.
Yeah, that's a little cheating.
I mean, if it's next round coffee.
Yeah.
Caleb says whole pizza.
Oh, yeah.
McBee says egg. Hot Grits says Gino.
Some types of chili would kill you.
Yeah. Coconut goes Chris H. Coconut.
Burn your skin right off.
Third down.
What is a cult classic film that was a disappointment when you finally watched it?
I mean, y'all know my answer.
What is it?
Mine's Godfather.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Blows me away.
Well, because I waited too long.
Me too.
I read the book. I enjoyed the book, and then just I couldn't do it.
I didn't watch it, I think, till last summer.
Yeah.
And it was good. It was good.
Mine's Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, Big Lebowski.
30 minutes in Pulp Fiction, I was like, this is a complete waste of time.
I like
Big Lebowski is a good call, too, because everyone always raved about it, and I watched it on the flight to Vegas, and Rockstar was right. I was like, oh, this is good.
Is that a Tarantino?
No, the Coen brothers. And
Coen
I love the
like
Coen
the
brothers,
Coen brothers.
but I'm not a big Lebowski fan. Napoleon Dynamite for me.
I like it.
Another good one. I did
Because
not-
it's so. It seems like everybody in that film has Asperger's.
Yeah, but it's
everybody's
just,
awkward in
it
that
was
whole film.
just it is awkward, but it was boring to me. I just did nothing. I mean, it wasn't one of those laugh out louds to me.
People, I don't like the Coen brothers. People swear by Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? And I watched it one time, and I was like, I mean, it's got moments, but oof, that movie.
No
wore me
Country for Old Men, Blood Simple.
That's the one Coen brother that I liked. Yeah,
man, they've got some really good ones.
Fargo's okay. I like No Country for Old Men though.
Never seen that.
And True Grit, you like the new True Grit, right?
Was that Coen brothers?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Fourth down.
What is the biggest difference between you now and 10 years ago?
I'm not as angry.
I would agree. Dunaway used to be really, really difficult to work with, and you're not near as difficult to work with anymore.
I'm not married.
That's true. That's a big change for Lance.
It is.
And you're not as angry.
No. I'm not.
I mean, I've changed a lot over 10 years. I don't know what the biggest change would be. I think everybody changes, though. I mean, you change with age.
Don't look at me like you want me to start listing.
Well, I mean, list one. List the
No,
main
I'm not
one.
listing any of them.
You
and I are in a good place right now.
Yeah, I mean, I came back from vacation, and you and Lance have been at each other's throats. I left y'all too long.
We have not been at each other's throats. I've never loved him more than right now.
Tyler's having to cover his mouth. He's laughing.
That's Tyler's default. That's where how are Lance and I at each other's throat?
Am I the only one that's noticed that?
Well, it's just been a couple things. I mean, just nothing.
The typical stuff between us.
Yeah.
Topic issue.
Yeah.
These are not topics.
Yeah, it's just.
I don't know what they are, but they're not topics.
Yeah, me and Forrester were talking in the hall. Like Forrester brought it up. Hey, man, have you noticed that Lance is being very negative on everything you bring up today?
I mean, I was going 10 days, and I came back and it just seemed like y'all were doing nothing but arguing.
No,
Like I was going too long.
I thought we had great shows when you were gone.
That's good. I'm glad to hear
but
that.
We
That's
agreed.
that's not what Lance said.
We agreed on a lot of things. He hated the topics while you were gone.
They were topics. Your threads.
The one thing that I tried to help you on while you were gone was the bracket payoff. I was defending you while you were gone.
Whoa.
That became a big topic a couple of days.
Oh, yeah, it's not stop. I've already seen it today a couple of times.
What are people upset about?
No, that you hadn't done it yet.
Well, I mean, again, as I always like to point out, we never put a time frame on these, do we?
Yeah, but that's the problem.
What's the problem?
Is when we don't put a time frame with you, you don't do them.
Which one have I never done?
The Uber.
Okay, Lance, that's one that you like to bring up. See, that's your problem.
No, I'm not the only person that brings it up.
Well, why do people bring that up? That's one.
Because you didn't pay it off.
Well, how many have I paid off?
I don't know.
So you like to focus on the one I didn't, but you don't focus on the ones that I do pay
I'm
off.
100% on my payoffs. What are you on your payoffs?
100%.
Just saying.
I'm gonna put this down a little bit. We don't need the music for this. I love how Dunno just throws it out there and just starts sipping.
I don't understand why you always bring that. Why you focus on the negative like that.
I don't focus
you
on the
don't
negative.
focus on the negative. That's what you just brought
You
up.
just said, why do we don't put a time on this? And I said, yeah, we do. If
because
we
of
don't,
one. You bring up one, and I've probably paid off 10. Why do you focus on the one, one negative?
But if you don't do the Testicle Festival this summer, when are you going to do it?
I don't know. When are Testicle Festivals only in the summer?
Big gulp, don't
I
we?
would think so.
No, we found some that are in the fall.
So you want to take a football weekend and go to a Testicle Festival?
No, I want to do it during the week when we can do it on the show. I'm trying to avoid doing the weekends, actually.
I'm just saying it came up.
Well, but you are adding fuel to the fire.
No, you said
No,
why?
but you're
and I said there
focusing on
needs
the
to
one.
be a time because we let the Uber thing go too long.
Okay, that's one.
Okay.
That's one.
Well, let's not make it two. That's all
Well,
I'm
I'm
saying.
not going to make it two. I've never made it two. I've done this more than anybody on this show.
Did you know
Out
we
of
had
my own expense. There's no telling how much money I've spent on this.
50% more electrolytes than the Powerade
gives you that
from our friends
energy.
at Coca-Cola.
And that was 4 downs.
Brought to you by our friends at Slice. 4 great locations created by the late Jeff Bajitis, a great dude. His brothers continue the legacy, both Jason and Chris. Get into one of those 4 locations. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
You two just seem to get along.
No, I know you fuel that fight. Yeah, Brown's that way. Yeah, the Brown's that way.
That's so down the way.
I defended you on your
one time, but he's got to focus on that.
I defended you. The chat room would tell you I fought for you last week.
And by the way, I took a punishment on that one.
What'd you do? You drove around the
No,
drove around
he
the
had to
parking
run
lot?
a mile in 10 minutes.
Uh-huh. That was Lance's deal.
The bracket payoff. Always, it'll break up the band eventually. This will do it. Simpio helped us get started. If we had an HR department that wasn't as cool as Simpio, this would fester into something. But they've got us a little project that we work on occasionally to make sure team building is good. Simpio is just so good at what they do.
They really are, Dunaway. One of the first calls we made here, we've told you before, on the next round was to Blake and the guys at Simpio. They're going to handle all the BS in every single office. When your company joins Simpio, they're going to take care of the 4 pillars. That is compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employee benefits at prices only large organizations get. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467 or Simpio.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews. So call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness. It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Some folks said you can continue this conversation as the undercard at the Coliseum in Rome before Zuckerberg and Elon.
I want to fight, Lance.
Our friends at Legacy bring you the final segment of the show where Brown may have a big announcement in just a second. Legacy, LegacyCreditUnion.com details. Everyday checking available, no monthly fees, no minimum balance. You get paid 2 days early with direct deposit there. Get the money early right there. Lifestyle loans, you can't beat them. Some of you may want to redo your yard, maybe put in a pool, maybe take a dream vacation. Maybe, unfortunately, you got some unexpected medical expenses. You can do the lifestyle loan from Legacy to take care of that. No collateral required. Affordable low rates. They've been supporting the education and healthcare industries in the Birmingham area for over 60 years. They are Legacy, the official credit union of UAB. Go to LegacyCreditUnion.com for details. Federally insured by the NCUA. It's our friends at Legacy. Brown?
Yeah, I'm not going to bite into what the chat room wants me to do and bring up Lance staying at 5-star hotels on his payoff.
Good. Don't bite in.
I'm not. Rockstar,
Don't.
I am not going to bring that up.
Well, I'm
not bringing it up.
No, I will bring it up real quick. I did sell sponsorships to allow me to stay in those 5-star hotels.
Doesn't sound like a punishment to me, but whatever. 5-star hotel.
Well, you guys are the ones that came up with it.
Yeah.
I work with what I got.
I never bring up the fact that he welched a little bit on his Amish country bed, but I don't bring that one up. He likes to bring it up on the other side there.
I did spend a weekend in Amish country by myself.
Yeah, you did, but you backed out of the farmhouse midway. You called and asked Dunaway if you could just go to a hotel. But I don't ever bring that up.
Dunaway is the one that asked me, do you want to go to a hotel?
Yeah, and you, of course, did it. But no,
Always
I
feel
never bring that
guilty.
up. Yeah. Testicle Festival in Bentonville, Arkansas, August 24th. That's a Thursday, and it starts at 9 a.m., so that's during the show. That's what I've been after here. Thursday, Friday, during the show, Testicle Festival, Bentonville, Arkansas, August 24th.
So we leave Wednesday after the show. You can be there for Thursday, Friday?
I can be there for Thursday and Friday.
That sounds like a plan.
Come join us for a wild and unique experience at the Testicle Festival in Bentonville, Arkansas. Indulge in the delicacy of bull testicles served up all weekend long. Live entertainment, music throughout the festival.
Sounds like a good time.
Must be 21 and over to enter, which makes me a little bit curious. What do you think? You think it's alcohol related?
No, it's probably nudity related.
No, I think it's alcohol, but I think they have a good time.
You think so?
Yeah.
You think a Thursday night, Friday night's going to be a good time at Bentonville?
You don't think at the Bentonville festival they don't have those overalls with no underwear on and no shirt where you can just see those testicles right there?
One strap off.
Yeah.
You always have to have one strap
One
off.
strap down.
Weekend pass is $29. So that's I'm going to have to pay $30.
The company will cover that. Still a sponsorship.
There's tent camping. There's electric tent camping, which is limited. There's RV camping. Talk to our boys at Johnston RV. I may just take one up
I'll
there.
tell you. So the drive, you want to guess?
To Bentonville? Because it's right outside Fayetteville, right?
Hey, there it is. That's you got a big
Look how
bull.
quick Scott is.
Look at that. Look how happy that guy is.
So the drive is 8 hours and 41 minutes. The downtown looks very charming.
Oh, it's BYOB, so you bring your own balls.
Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah,
Get it,
booze.
Jimmy. There you go, booze.
Balls, bands, and camping.
There's RV camping.
I don't care about bands and camping.
Do y'all think I ought to? Do you think I ought to have to stay in, or not have to stay, but get to stay in the Johnston RV thing like we drove up the Sprinter?
Well, I think that would.
Where are you going to shower though?
I think that would help your.
That's a good question, Lance.
I think that would help your continuing clout back about the 5-star hotel.
Do you guys think Bentonville is in the top 100 in terms of population in the United States?
I'm going to say that is a no, Lance.
I think the Bentonville metropolitan area is in the top 100. I think it's the size of Montgomery, Alabama.
It is 105th, actually.
Very close.
But about 55,000 people.
Yeah, it is it's right there. It's Bentonville's just but basically between Charlotte and Fayetteville, I believe. It's where the Walmart people come from, right?
It is, yeah. It's pretty close to Tulsa. Like if I flew out to fly to Fayetteville or Tulsa.
I've heard Bentonville described as the Mountain Brook of Arkansas, actually.
Hey, the average temp, 90 degrees.
At that time of year, Lance?
During August, yeah.
During August, that's going to be a little warm. I would imagine it'd be cooler up in the mountains like that.
Yeah. So there you go.
Is that in the Ozarks?
It's on the books right there, man. There we go. Controversy settled. Payoff coming right before week 0. Later, nope, it's in August. I was about to say later this month. We're that close to football, though. We enjoyed trivia last night. What was the question, real quick?
The question was, what came first, Kevin Hart or Garfield, the comic strip?
Oh, Garfield, the comic strip. Same height, but Garfield, the comic strip.
I would go Garfield.
Garfield, 1978. Kevin Hart, 1979. Very close.
Very close, but I got it right. Again, I think I'm 3 weeks in a row getting that right. We're back tomorrow on a Friday, Rockstar's Lounge, and a lot more fun, and Buster only. 9 a.m. Central Time. Like, subscribe, thumbs up everywhere. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.